Can we start? Okay. So first of all, very good morning, everyone, online and offline people who have come for this QEP program of environment. Myself, Neeraj Nachiketa, Faculty of Environment in SRIS. So what I'm going to do here is that I have already been doing here foundation batch for GS foundation batch. I have already covered a lot of basic areas. And in the foundation batch also, I have discussed about current aspect. A lot of current development we have already covered in the foundation batch. Since this is a QEP program, quality enrichment program, that is a main for targeted prelims exam, right? So in this case, I expect that you have done your basics very well, because basics and the foundation only.
Hello.
Just one second.
Hello. Mic unte baby. Hello.
And I never like to teach such kind of institute. That's what I have been part of that. Yes. Is audible everyone there? They have some issues there. ठीक है, start करें. Okay. So I'll again resume back. First of all, I welcome all of you to SRIS for this QEP program, and I will be going to such topics. And again, when I'm coming to the current development, I will be linking with the static part, the theory part of it. Now, environment ecology, you all know that around 15, right? Average 15 questions are asked in the prelims examination, right? In the main examination, GS3 paper, you come across 3 to 4 questions on environment. And sometimes, environment linked with geography or disaster management questions are asked. I have always been saying that environment as a subject, one should not look from silos. I mean to say only from one perspective, geography, no, or from any other subject. Environment and this subject has become so dynamic. It goes to every area of general studies. Whichever subject you take GS part, environment will always be connected with that. So what is our plan here? This session, today's session, we are going to have 5-hour session, 2.5 and 2.5. So I have divided into 3 very important areas. First, we'll be looking into conferences. Various environmental conferences, right? Either the past or the present. And what are the key outcomes, right? Because one question you would expect from the conference. Second area, I will be going to conventions. I'll be discussing about UN conventions, right, on different areas, and then again what they are now objectives. There are objectives. Not only that, I am also going to bring the current dimension. See, that's what I said. You have to always link back to the basics. So since it is a QEP program, it's a fast track program, so there is expected that you have gone through the basics syllabus, right? I will be able to connect back to the syllabus, but I cannot go into very in-depth or detailed, kind of area of the current aspect, basic aspect there. So whichever textbook you have read, whichever environment book you have, whichever areas you have covered, that is, you have to go back and revise, right? You have to do the revision. Whichever coaching institute, whichever teacher has taught you, you have to go back and revise there. But yes, I will be dealing from that perspective, which is relevant for the coming exam, where you could get questions in the exam. So I'll be connecting those kind of current affairs with the basic part of it, right? So this is second topic which I'm going to cover in today's class. Third, what I'll do in that, I will be going to this area of ecology. Okay, what are the areas which you should focus for prelims exam? Like normally where you could get question of ecology from the prelims exam, right? Like whatever the concept of ecosystem, biomes, then flow of energy, food chain, food web, pyramid, ecological succession, those areas. For that, already you have got this prelims quality enrichment program workbook is there. Few of the things are there, rest of things I will be supplementing in the classroom there. So this is how we have planned there. Now day 2, this is day 1, day 2. Like second day, I'm going for biodiversity part of it. Like for example, we will be covering here species in news. Then we are going to cover protected areas. Whichever important protected areas it has come in the news, we are going to cover that. Then when I say protected areas, we will go to Tiger Reserve, Ramsar site, all those areas will be covered there. Now third very important thing which will be here, which I would be discussing in the classroom, in terms of initiatives. Biodiversity initiatives at global level. Even today also we will be covering that, and national level. Whatever has come in the current affairs, right? At the current affairs in newspaper, the Hindu paper, Indian Express, all those different type of magazines, whatever covered. So we will go to all such areas of biodiversity, and you know that around 5 to 6 questions you will get from biodiversity perspective there. So I'll be focusing on that. Day will be based on that, and the day 3 here, that's the 28th. Day 3 will be focused on area of one is that pollution aspect. Pollution waste management. And I'll be going to again, not only like electronic waste, biomedical waste, we will see the recent revision or amendment to those rules. Right, 2023, government has amended plastic waste management rules, right? Then there is a revision on the solid waste management rules. So we'll be connecting those kind of waste management at the same time, whatever has come into current aspect. Pollution aspect also. Recently, Parliament has amended Water Pollution Prevention and Control Act 1974. So what are those amendments? What are those laws? What it deals with? We are going to cover in this area there. So all those current aspects which have come in the news, we are going to cover in today's, in third day, 28th. And then we will cover this one, another one, climate change. We'll go into all current aspect of climate change thing is that, right? Whatever the new development like COP28, Conference of Parties 28, right? And what are the key findings? What are the government initiatives to fight climate change? India's NDC, Paris Agreement, all those current development which are linked with climate change. That's why I said that wherever you have done the coaching, whatever you have covered from textbook, your self-study, you have to go back to the fundamental level there, revise all those areas. Here will be the focus will be mostly from the prelims exam and then linking with current affairs. I will be covering the areas from current dimensions one by one, right? Basic aspect we will cover there, but again, the remaining thing you have to revise. So this is our breakup. So this today being the first class, it's always important that teacher must tell you that how we are going about that. You know the directions part of it. Today why I am covering conference conventions, because it will like eagle view, kind of broad view. And when I'll come to narrow down to biodiversity, right, desertification, climate change, ozone layer, then we'll be again able to see that. We will also try to cover on the third day this also there, EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment. Because Environmental Impact Assessment is a mains exam topic. But you know that now there is no such division between main exam and prelims exam. Even from the current perspective, question can be asked in the prelims exam also there. So I'll be covering that dimension of environmental impact assessment. Given the fact 2020 there was an amendment to the previous EIA rules 2006. Now we have 2020 new EIA rule for any kind of clearance of projects in India. And recent time again a lot of issues have happened. Like for example, Silk Yara tunnel collapse, Char Dham Yatra, the road which is being made there, and then tunnel collapse was there. there was a question mark raised on the EIA report, right? Again, number of projects which government have given the clearance, again the question mark have been raised. So UPSC will not ask you question from any controversial kind of thing there. UPSC will go back to the basics. What is EIA? What are the EIA rules? What are the main aspect of EIA rules? So again, from current perspective, we will be covering those areas for the examination there. So this is what the breakup happened. So let us start from the first topic, United Nations conferences. So we'll see this topic from every angle. See, when you say United Nations role, and I'll be connecting your COP meeting also there. We'll see COP decision, Conference of Parties, which is main body for any kind of a convention. We'll be covering that. See, when you talk about UN conferences, right, in context of environment protection. So, first thing which comes in the mind, that is a Stockholm conference. Now, Stockholm conference is important for the exam because recently 2022 Golden Jubilee celebration of this conference was held. Stockholm plus 50. That was held in 2022. Since the exam is in 2024, what I believe is not the current affairs of 1 year. Sometimes questions come from back 2 to 3 years also there. So 2022, there was a Stockholm plus 50. But before I go to Stockholm plus 50, let's look at this 1972 conferences. This is the first landmark conference you would have read in your classroom program. That this is the first landmark conference organized by the United Nations way back in 1972. And you are aware of the date also there, 5th June, which we celebrate every year, Environment Day, right? So the key outcomes here. The key outcomes, whenever you talk about any conference, you should always look at the major findings. What are the outcomes there? The first thing which came here, there is a declaration. See, whenever such kind of a conference at the global level is organized, governments pledge. They pledge that what initiatives, what actions they are going to take in order to protect environment. So, Stockholm Declaration, which has 26 principles, 26 guiding principles. That time, Sweden, right? Stockholm is a place in Sweden. So 122 countries came together that particular time, 5th June 1922, and they placed in terms of declaration. And some of these principles have become very, very important, or you can say cornerstone for environmental protection worldwide. Like, you know, the precautionary principle. If I have to highlight here, one of the very important major principle which came from this particular declaration was precautionary principle. Even today, this principle is valid. We should always take the kind of preemptive measures to protect the environment, precaution. Even we don't have any very substantial scientific proof, but we know that there is going to be a loss to the environment. We should be taking those kind of a precaution. That's what this principle comes into that. Then you know that nowadays we'll be discussing in the classroom, as slowly we will be getting to all such areas. This one, polluters pay principle. Those who pollute the environment should pay for the damage. Recently, what has happened here, when we'll come to the pollution topic, transboundary, let's say, for example, from one country to another, transboundary, and particularly the airlines, like European countries, they put carbon tax. They levy carbon tax, green tax, and what is their point? They say that because of such kind of aviation sector, the greenhouse gases, right, that is polluting their environment. So those kind of international airlines should pay for that environmental tax to the country. So when you read such kind of current aspect, you will come across this one of the guiding principle there, right? So we'll be seeing all those areas, whichever things come from, we'll be looking to that. Now another very important outcome was this one, United Nations Environment Program. See, you all know UN was formed in 1945. At that time, there was no such a global organization to deal with any, right, all environment matters under one single umbrella. government decided to have a body for that. Intergovernmental, what we use the word? Intergovernmental. So UNEP was formed. And you know the United Nations Environment Program is a universal. Universal means all governments have joined this particular body. So whatever matters regarding climate change, biodiversity, ozone protection, right, hazardous waste, pollution, you'll always come across the UNEP. Now recent time we will see in the classroom a zero draft treaty has been prepared for plastic, to control the plastic. And this will be put to the discussion this year only, 2024. So next year, there may be joining of countries to Plastic Regulation Convention, which will look into the controlling plastics worldwide. So we'll be covering that. That's what I have started from a very basic level. We'll build upon that. So UNEP, it deals with number of conventions. Today, we'll see those conventions there. UNEP conventions. What do you call as a multilateral kind of agreements, right? Conventions or multilateral agreements there. Now, just a little bit here. See, it is called Stockholm Conference. But I'll just ask a question here, GK question, general knowledge question. See, Stockholm, why? Because of the place where it was organized at that time there. But what is the official name? What is officially this conference called? Official name of the conference. What UN has given the official name? Wrong. It's not Earth Summit. Earth Summit came later on. And again, when you say Earth Summit, so although it's done by the government, but see, always remember that this kind of conferences are organized by the UN General Assembly, United Nations General Assembly. And it gives a name, and the name is based on theme. What is the theme area? That comes into that. Anybody in the classroom? What is the main name of this conference? No, Rio came later. Environment, again, word is very general word. There's some specific word is there. It is called UN Conference on Human Environment. This is the official name of this conference. UNCHE. United Nations Conference on Human Environment. Here the theme is human environment, human development, human activities impacting environment, and then whatever changes to environment affecting human life. So it is basically focused on human development. And this conference was way back in 70s, when there was a rapid industrialization, again the growth of population, right? That time many environmental issues were brought into limelight. That's why UN decided to organize such a conference there. So that is the original name, United Nations Conference on Human Environment. Earth Summit or Rio Conference came 20 years after this. We'll see in the classroom there. So why I first started from here? Because from current aspect, Stockholm plus 50. Now I'm coming to current affairs. You have to always have linkage, right? Whenever the question will be asked in the exam, it will link back to the basic background and part of. First thing is that when you read textbook, you know Stockholm, right? What are the findings of Stockholm, or what came into the Stockholm, right? The UNEP was set up here. It was at that time. And you are aware of this one, Nairobi in Kenya. It works from there, right? Now I'll add certain more thing about UNEP. Let me just add certain thing, then I'll go to the Stockholm plus 50 there. This part is okay here. So whatever I'm teaching, please keep on writing there. Wherever the point will be there to dictate, I'll dictate that, right? I'm trying to go from one after another. So please do remember it, because it's already been 50 years, 2022. And again, when you read current affairs materials, if you're coming across such kind of area, you should focus that. UPSC in the prelims exam may definitely get back to the Stockholm. Can ask you a very simple question, right? Where you can score 2 marks. Shall I move there? Okay, now let's look at it. See, when you come across United Nations Environment Program, so first thing which comes here, that is it basically comes out with this conventions. Now, whenever a convention is brought by the UNEP, you will come across the word hosted, where UNEP, what the secretariat will be within the UNEP. So those conventions which are brought by UNEP, so the secretariat of UNEP convention lie within its domain. That means every matter regarding that convention will be dealt by the UNEP. Let me give you example. Like for example, for Vienna, we'll see in the classroom also, Vienna Convention to protect a stratospheric ozone layer. So there is a ozone secretariat which work under UNEP. So whatever government decides for protection of stratospheric ozone, whatever key decisions are taken, all these are done by the secretariat of the Vienna Convention under the UNEP. Same way, if you take, for example of Basel Convention, which deal with hazardous waste, again the secretariat or the office that lies within the UNEP. So when you say UNEP conventions, it means that all things regarding that particular convention will be dealt by the UNEP. That's the first thing which you have to keep in mind. Now, all conventions are not UNEP. That means all multilateral environmental agreements worldwide do not come under UNEP. Right? Like there are certain exceptions also there. For example, Ramsar Convention, which looks into protection of wetlands, is not UNEP convention. That is dealt by UNESCO and IUCN. Again, sometimes when you are reading conventions from current news, current affairs, you should also see that whether what body deals with that convention, what is the host of that convention. Because when you solve multiple choice question, MCQ, one of the choice would be also the name of the organization. Which organization looks into that particular treaty or convention. So all conventions are not there. The particular set of like ozone layer, I've said, Vienna is there. UNCCD, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, right? CBD. Then comes here CITES, CITES, Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species, CMS, Migratory Species. All these are UNEP convention. We'll see in the classroom there. So the first thing is that it brings about convention. Now what is second thing here? UNEP, there is something called UN Environment Assembly. From time to time, there is a very important conference which is organized for assembly. Now, so far, 6 UNE assemblies have been organized. Why I brought this one? The 6th one was held this year. That is a UN, this one, Assembly 6. This was held from 26th February to 1st March 2024. So let's say UPSC asks question on this. Right, the recent assembly gap. When UNEP was set up, 1972. So if we take this assembly, which is a very important global assembly, where all the government, I have said, is universal. All governments are members of UNEP. So they come to this particular assembly to discuss a lot of areas there. Now, this assembly has highlighted, I'll give you the major highlight of this. Triple planetary crisis. Triple, this time, it focused on triple planetary crisis. And these three crises, in water crisis, are the areas where current news are there and the questions are being asked. So this time UN has come out with the part of multilateralism. That means how the governments can cooperate each other to tackle these three challenges, which you all are aware of it. I'll write it down here. If you look at these three key challenges or crises, the first area is climate change. Discussion on climate change, how to tackle this challenge at global level. Second challenge, you are aware of this. Pollution and waste. And the third challenge, that is a nature and biodiversity loss. Nature and biodiversity loss. Now, whenever such kind of a assembly is organized, it also comes out with reports. There's something called global outlook reports, right? Global outlook reports. Now, this assembly brought two, right here, it has given two outlook reports. Sometimes you'll find in the prelims exam even a direct question. A report is given and asked which organization comes out with the report. So first report, that is on resources. Global Resources Outlook Report. The first report which has been brought by the UAP during this assembly is a Global Resources Outlook Report. Now, what does this outlook report has? It gives a kind of overview, complete global scenario. Let's say when you say resources, it gives complete global scenario with respect to forest, what land, right? How much, what are the problems are there, and also suggests measures. Why this assembly is organized? So that governments and the representatives are able to get into those areas and take action. So this is where the assembly is organized. So first important outlook report is resources. And second is a very, very important, that's why it always comes in the news, that is a global waste management outlook report. And this particular outlook report, Global Waste Management Outlook Report brought by United Nations Environment Assembly, focus on solid waste. What is the focus area of this report? The garbage. The way the garbage is given. And I'll give you just a data there. According to this Global Solid Waste Management Outlook Report or Waste Management Outlook Report says that 2023, it was 2.3 billion tons of solid waste generated worldwide. And it is expected to grow 3.8 billion tons by 2030. See, whenever such report will be, there will be some kind of data. So we are now in 2024. Assembly was organized in 2024. So the next 6 years is going to add further 1 billion tons. This is a global, worldwide, right? It also says that waste management cost, if you look at cost by governments, that goes to 500 billion US dollar to manage such garbage. So now I'm bringing a very important area where you would get questions. See, one question could be was, you get direct question, report, organization. To which organization? UNE, United Nations Environment Assembly. Second thing, what comes here? Second thing where the question can be asked, that based on the findings, what are the key outcomes. So I've said these are the three triple crises of the planet. There the focus is there. Now what is here, which I would like to just add about this is that this assembly, looking to all discussion by government, has a very key area, that is in terms of which is making a lot of headline, circular economy. It has focused on circular economy. That means global level government should go for circular economy. That's what I said, environment is a subject which is connected with every area of general studies. Now, who will tell me what is circular economy? No, see what I'm saying here. Environment, what is asking? Environment, this assembly focus in these three key areas. You have to tackle the challenges. Brought two reports. One resources, second on the waste management. In the waste management part, government discussed about circular economy. See, circular economy, you should not think this is the only. Circular economy in general is being discussed across various platforms. Various bodies are there. Various platforms are there. Right? One of the, even this platform also addressed circular economy. What is circular economy? You know that. Recycling. Waste is there, it can help in not only minimizing what we call zero. How can we make zero waste? At the same time, it should also support economic and livelihood out of it. That was again the discussion area. So I'm just connecting from environmental perspective that this kind of initiative at the global level, what it aims at. And when you do the search, right, after the class, see whatever topics I'm bringing in the classroom, you should make sure to go and see and read from the website. This website doesn't mean you to go into very scientific research there, but main thing there. So when you do the search of this assembly and the date what I've given there, you will come across this concept of circular economy has been given importance. So what is very important thing from UNEP? Two things. One is the conventions, which we will see separately in the classroom, which are UNEP convention. Second recently was this. So this is from current affairs. So this could be a part of the question in the exam, right? So that is how we have to focus on that. So I have discussed now Stockholm Conference. UNEP was formed that time, and then from UNEP perspective, I have come to this one. Now let's go to the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. Now I'm coming to the current affairs of that. Stockholm Conference 72 we have seen. Now what are the findings of Stockholm Plus 50? Where the Stockholm Plus 50 2022 focus on that. Then I'll come to Rio and other things here. Clear? You all have written here. So now let me go to the next part of it. So you can give heading now Stockholm Plus 50 conference. So very obvious here. 50 years celebration. Of the United Nations Conference on Human Environment. Right? United Nations Conference on Human Environment or Stockholm Conference 1972, 50 years celebration was there. Now this one here, organized by the United Nations General Assembly. During the World Environment Day, that 5th June. So 2022. 2022. 50 years after the 72. Now what are the major outcomes here? What are the focus area where the governments have laid emphasis, right? So the first thing is this. to reverse or halt biodiversity loss. Now I'll add here, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, right, with 169 targets, which was brought in 2015, and the governments are working to meet those targets of 17 goals by 2030. So here the two goals comes here. Sustainable Development Goals 14 and Sustainable Development Goal 15. Now Sustainable Development Goal focus on a below water, aquatic. Here the focus is aquatic ecosystem. Now when you say aquatic ecosystems, we include both freshwater and marine. And when we talk about marine ecosystem, the focus is on coral reef. Right? Coral reef as a marine ecosystem becomes very, very important. So here the first thing of this Stockholm plus 50 was given on the freshwater plus ocean, which have become very, very important for conservation of biodiversity. Second, this is a part of here. There is life on land, that is a terrestrial. Now, when you talk about terrestrial ecosystems, forest, one area is the forest. Second thing we will cover in the classroom, desertification, land degradation and desertification. Another very key area is there. And again, because of the climate change, right, along with human, kind of impact on the land use, desertification has become a big challenge worldwide. So again, that is focused there. Plus, when you say forest is not only important from ecosystem, but again, wildlife, biodiversity. So it has given first thing this part. Second area which finding which comes, that's a fight climate change. And you know that climate change, this one comes under SDG 13, Sustainable Development Goals 13. That is which looks into global efforts to fight climate change. And you all know that UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, along with Paris Agreement, is trying to look into that. Although you know that the efforts which is required is not up to that level. But again, what is the role of UN there? United Nations always try to bring a kind of a forum or platform where the governments can come together, discuss and try to initiate in terms of finance and scientific and technological things. So this is what one of the area was laid out there, that climate change is an emergency. And what was talked about in this conference? It said that it is an existential threat. Existential threat. That means if you don't control it, it is going to be in future threat to the existence of human beings. Right? There is another area comes here. Then what comes here? Major outcome, these two areas. Third is this one. I'll just slide it up. It focuses, the third outcome is that in terms of meeting goals of green economy. See, one area is which is being focused, circular economy. Second area comes here, green economy. What is green economy? That form of economic development where carbon emission, what we can say here, low carbon growth and sustainable development there. See, when you look at sustainable development concept, you are aware that sustainable development concept always the resource, how we use the resources, nature or water resource, food system, whatever we get from nature or wildlife. It always talks about that the resources consumption and use should be such that it should be optimally used, better use, efficient use, so that for a future generation it is same resource they can use. That's what the main concept of sustainable development. So even this conference, Stockholm Plus 50, discussed about low carbon growth. That means how do we minimize greenhouse gas emission, carbon emission, right? Let's say, for example, if I Just write a question here. Let's suppose you get a question like this. Which of following initiatives, let's say, a very normal question I'm giving, initiatives promote green economy in India? Suppose I'm just giving a question here and I'm giving the choices here. First, electric vehicles. Number 2, nuclear power plants. Number 3, organic farming. Number 4, thermal power plants. Number 5, wind power. Suppose you get, and I'm giving the option here, any 2, any 3. This is now the pattern of the question there, any 4 and all 5. Simple question, I've just asked them. Green economy. Do you know what is green economy? Low carbon growth. So what do you think that? Okay. Now the problem is that this kind of question that any 2 means any 2 according to you, one person can be any of the 2. But for other person that any 2 could be any kind of 2 there. Whether that person is correct or wrong is difficult to judge. Right? Whether that statement the person has taken as a part of it. So without going to this option, see, I always said that in my GS Foundation batch also I said, your focus should be above part. Options, whatever permutation combination, whatever the way UPSC asks, if you know this one, you will be able to get this one, the answer. So let's focus on the first one, electric vehicles, correct? If we promote EVs, electric vehicles, fuel cell technology or those kind of battery based system, that is not going to have carbon emission. See, what is the green economy? Where we have to minimize carbon emission, greenhouse gas emission. Today, when we have petrol, diesel, or even the CNG, even compressed natural gas, is again a hydrocarbon. Even though we mix with hydrogen, but there is CNG, methane gas is there, it is going to have emission. But what is the challenge with electric vehicle? Battery. It is other type of emission part. But if you take general electric vehicle, when you use electric vehicle or electric car or any kind of vehicle, that is not going to generate CO2 gas, carbon dioxide gas, oxides of nitrogen. So there we can consider there. What about nuclear power plant? Is it the part of green economy? Is nuclear energy the part of green economy? Low carbon economy? If yes, then how? Tell me how. Yes. See, that's what government of India. See, I have given the question. Again, the part of the question, Indian context. See, when you look at thermal power plant, where we burn coal, or sometimes we burn natural gas, that's bound to have carbon dioxide gas and other gases, greenhouse gases going to the environment. But when you come to nuclear power station, although it uses uranium, uranium, radioactive uranium, right? Uranium as a fuel, but it is not going to produce carbon dioxide gas. But what is the challenge there? Nuclear radioactive hazardous waste, which is a challenge because such kind of highly hazardous nuclear waste, going to environment can cause big problem because gamma radiation there. But if you look at power generation, I'm talking electricity generation, that is not going to emit greenhouse gases. That's why if you look at Indian government has now been promoting nuclear power plant in such a way that in next 10 years, we have a plan that by 2035, India must have 50 nuclear reactors. That's what we are planning for that expansion part. So we can consider that. Organic farming again, biofertilizer, organic manure, right? Again, when we use urea or chemical fertilizer, so which gas get emitted? Nitrous oxide, greenhouse gases. So again, if we can cut down the greenhouse gases. Thermal power plant is not the part of it. Wind power. Again, wind power will not generate greenhouse gases. Right? Wind power will not generate greenhouse gases because wind power is based on wind. But again, there are challenges. What are challenges there? Wind power generation. One is that the part of a turbine, again, that system. At the end of the life of the turbine, again, the electronic waste, e-waste, we have to recycle it. The challenge is there. And second, sometimes challenge you will find bird killings and other kind of challenges there. But when we use wind power, wind turbine, we are not going to produce carbon dioxide gas, oxides of nitrogen, sulfur dioxide gas. In that context, wind power, solar power, renewable forms of energy becomes a green or clean. But ideally, I'll tell you that, ideally speaking, there is nothing green in the world. The fact is that there is nothing green in the world. There will always some impact to the environment. But more or less, based on degree, we consider renewable power to be better than fossil fuel. What is called fossil fuel power generation. So wind power is a non-fossil fuel. Nuclear power is a non-fossil fuel. So there we can take any three: electric, nuclear, and organic as a choice. So what is very important here? Two areas have got limelight in terms of economy. One is green economy. Second is a circular economy. Even the West, which is when we come to Stockholm here, is given the focus on economy. Right? That was given the area there. So, trying to solve the problem there. And again, whenever such conferences are there, they will again reaffirm the pledges which have been made in the long way back. What was the pledges made? Stockholm Declaration. If this is what the government have to achieve. Right? Pollution control, then saving wildlife, all this related to that. Ozone layer, climate change, all these were there. Yes. Wind, wind मैंने कंसिडर किया, H3 में करो. Which of his initiative promote green economy? Electric vehicle, nuclear, and organic there. Again, sorry, 4. I'm sorry. Wind power also will come there. 4, any 4. Thermal power plant will not be there. Yes. Wind will be. See, wind is renewable powers, so that is a low carbon kind of. You'll have any 4 of them. Right. I was talking about, but then coming in the mouth there, there's or 3 there. Any 4, because only except thermal power plant, all these 3 or 4, electric, nuclear, organic, and wind. Even if you get solar, this will all be part of green economy. Right. Now let's come to this part of it, which I have discussed here. So Stockholm plus 50. Now again, when you read current affairs, again read those topic of Stockholm plus 50 conference. Now let's go to another one here, which you all know that Rio Earth Summit or Rio Conference. So you know that it was organized in 1992, right? After 20 years of Stockholm. The thing is that in 1987, a very important commission called Brundtland Commission. Brundtland Commission, which was set up by the governments under the United Nations, brought this report. Its report. You are aware of the name here, this one. Our Common Future. Our Common Future. Which, you know, this is a very important report which highlight sustainable development. On sustainable development. The concept of sustainable development, initiatives for sustainable development, that was brought in this particular report, Our Common Future. So why I have given you this point? This is the basis. This is the report which made General Assembly to bring governments again to a global conference, right, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, 1992. Yes. Yes, we can bring you to that one. Yes, that will green economy also. Yes, true. We can bring you to that. So there, this report become there. Now, this conference, Rio Conference, Rio Earth Summit, or what we call Rio Conference, See, when you say conference, we are talking about all stakeholders, government, non-government, indigenous people representatives, scientific organizations, everybody participated. But when you say summit, within the conference, there was a separate meeting of governments. Summit is basically government talks. It was the same time, same conference time, summit was organized. So Rio Earth Summit during the Rio conference in 1992 discussed this Brundtland Commission report. Right, this report was dealt in this conference, and based on the discussion of this report, government came out with important document which you all know, Agenda 21. So whenever you come across Agenda 21, that goes back to 1992 Rio Earth Summit and brought Agenda 21. So remember that Agenda 21, this landmark report is based on Brundtland Commission report. And you know that Brundtland Commission report is based on sustainable development. So what I've given here, Rio Earth Summit, Rio Conference, discussed Brundtland Commission report. What is the name of the report? I've already written there. Our Common Future. Right? And brought Agenda 21. This is the outcome report. You can say, this is the, I'll write in the bracket here, this is the outcome report. Now this Agenda 21 is almost runs for 500 pages, divided into number of chapters. Now what is Agenda 21? It basically looks into all initiatives at global, then regional, and the third one it highlight local. It takes all initiatives at global, regional, local levels to promote sustainable development. To promote sustainable development. Now the number 21 that represents to the present century in 21st century. So when you talk about Agenda 21, so there is a Agenda 21, global Agenda 21, regional like Africa, Europe, Asia, and you also find local Agenda 21. It has given the goal and targets. Goals and targets are given there. So regional and local levels to promote sustainable development in 21st century, which we are right now. This conference was held in 1992, but with the new millennium, the new, all these are now being implemented. Now, which I am now bringing here, you are aware. This Agenda 21 has played very pivotal role in bringing three important conventions. Right? Agenda 21 conventions. They are called Rio conventions. They are called Rio sister conventions. They are interconnected with each other. So, which are those three important conventions brought by the UN under Agenda 21? Great. Right. Always remember that. That's what today is the first class of the QP program. Why I'm bringing the beginning part? Because when I'll go to current developments, all these things will be your background. You'll be able to link the things. That's what I'm initially brought this. So what I'm now bringing here is three conventions, three Rio conventions. So first Rio convention is the CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity. Convention on Biological Diversity. Right. This becomes a very important convention at the global level to look into any biodiversity conservation management, right? And you know, India being a country is signatory. We are a party to all such kind of conventions. Now, this was proposed in the 1992 itself. This CBD was what is something called adopted during the conference, during the Rio conference. Second thing which was adopted during the conference is this one, climate change. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Convention on Climate Change. Now this was also adopted in the year 1992. Same time, the conference. And the third one, which came 2 years after, UNCCD, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, to take actions to prevent land degradation and desertification. UNCCD. This was brought in 1994. But they are called Agenda 21 conventions. That means, if I look at, I'll write under Agenda 21, these are the three, one of them. Although the timeline is different. Two in the same time, 92. Third one is in 1994, after 2 years. Right? So, conference. Remember for these conventions. Whenever you read about this convention, you'll always find the word Agenda 21. Now, what is the next thing here? Next thing, this conference also highlighted another very important area, forest. Right? Protection of forest. Now, what happens here? See, when you say convention, convention means you are binding the government. When the government sign and join convention, it means the government has to act. Government has to work. So there was, during that time, 1982, many countries wanted to bring a convention on the forest protection worldwide. But there are other countries which opposed. They didn't want to have, multilateral legally binding. What is something called? Legally binding convention to protect, conserve, manage forest worldwide. The reason is very obvious. Forests give us a lot of economic benefit. Right? Forest provides a lot of economic activities. Like, we have timber, then we have non-timber forest produce. And there are countries whose economy depends on forest produce, sale of forest produce. So, ultimately what UN did, based on the negotiation, there's something called negotiation. It came out not with a convention. That means today, if you have to see, always remember that. Today, there is worldwide no convention on the forest. So what UN brought there is something called United Nations Principles on Forest, guiding principles. So another very important thing of this conference is that UN forest principles were laid out. For better conservation and management of forest ecosystems. Particularly, tropical forest, right? Tropical forest and all this. Even today, always a voice raised to protect rainforest, tropical rainforest. But there is no such legally binding treaty or convention worldwide. Only the guiding principles are there, which were laid out during this time, right? So when we look at Rio, the Rio comes into this context here, right? Now what I'm bringing here, after this 1992 conference, there are many Rios were there, right? I'll put in a flow chart there. If you look at, first Rio is this one, what we have discussed, 1992, right? But if you take further here, Rio conferences, so I'll give you a kind of thing. First, this main conference, Rio conference, 1992, right, which has got this name, UN Conference on Environment and Development. UNCED, it's called UNCED. Then after this, Rio +5. Now this was organized in New York in 1997. Then after this came the Rio +10. Now Rio +10 conference, this was organized in Johannesburg. Johannesburg, South Africa in 2002. And then after this, Rio plus 20. That you know, that is again back to the Rio de Janeiro. Brazil was there, 2012. So if you look at Rio conferences, right after 1982, so we have 4 such conferences. The original one, the first one, 92, then 97, right? Although it's called Rio plus 5, but the organization was New York. The Rio plus 10, Johannesburg. So you should remember that. Whenever you come to Rio word, it should not mean only Rio de Janeiro. That's why I've written the name of the place also. The Rio plus 5 was New York, USA. Rio plus 10 was in Johannesburg, South Africa. But yes, Rio plus 20 was in Rio. That was in Brazil. Now here, if you look at from latest development, Rio plus 20 conference, it has 2 broad themes. Although, remember that whenever such conferences are there, government again relook, re-examine, review past development, past initiative actions. Where are the gaps are there? How to fill the gaps? They do all this kind of assessment. But there are always some kind of theme here. Rio plus 20 conference has very important outcome document, future we want. So whenever in current affairs you come across this name of this document, future we want. This is the outcome report of the last Rio conference, Rio plus 20. Future we want. See, our common future is the Brundtland Commission report, which talk about sustainable development. But future we want is outcome report. Now, it has gone into 2 areas here. One is this one, 70 sustainable development goals with 169 targets. And this, you are aware that 2015 to 2030, that's the agenda. Right? I'll just bring it this way. 2015 to 2030, there's the agenda there. Right? And second thing, again, here, a very important thing was launched here, PAGE. PAG. Even when you go back to previous year question, PYQ, you'll find this name of page will be given there. Now, what is page here? Partnership, you write there. There's a right there. Page stands for Partnership Action for Green Economy. Again, if you look at Rio plus 20 conference, 2012, it has also highlighted the green economy. And what is PAGE? PAGE is a platform. Here, PAGE is an initiative. Is an initiative by the UN to promote global green economy at the global level. That PAGE is the platform. And it is done by 5 organizations. I'll give you the name of organizations. UN will always. Then, you know, development part comes a body called UNDP, United Nations Development Program. Then you are aware of this for labor, which is the organization ILO, International Labour Organization. Then for industry, there is a United Nations Industrial Development UNIDO, Development of UNIDO organization, which promote development of industries. Right? And then you know FAO. What is FAO? Food and Agriculture Organization. They have all come together for PAGE. So what the government will do here is what is the electric vehicle, then all those kind of forms of economic project. Here what they do, they fund the project. There may be some kind of projects which are funded by this kind of platform. So this again goes to Rio plus 20. These 2 assessment development goals. Now when you say Johannesburg here, it has got one name add here. What? His name is World Summit on Sustainable Development, Johannesburg in South Africa. So again, here this, all the different areas which are focused there. And what UPSC has asked in the previous year, just I'm giving the name also because whenever you look at the choices given in the question paper, so sometimes they may give the official name also. So the official name of this Rio plus 20 conference is called UN Conference on Sustainable Development. UN Conference on sustainable development. That is UNCESD. CESD. When you solve questions, test series questions or practice question, and you come across this United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, this is referring to Rio Plus 20 conference, 2012. And then you know that after 10 years, Stockholm Plus 50, 2022, Stockholm Plus 50 was organized. So Rio, if you look at, these are the Rios. So let's say this again, you can sometimes say what is my analysis. I have seen in the environment paper, 30% they are asking facts. 30%. If let's say 15, 16 question, 30% of the questions are factual. Either you know or don't know. Like for example, species, protected areas, sometimes conference and conventions. Another 30%, they're asking the concept-based question, conceptual. That means you should have conceptual clarity about that. And remaining 40%, they are application-based question, practical application, like pollution, impact of pollution, day-to-day life, climate change, all this what is happening day-to-day life. So if you look at the previous, if I give you the complete kind of understanding of question paper, so you will find 30% of the question, like 2-3 questions, will definitely direct factual. Either you know or you don't know. You cannot do the guesswork there. Then some question they will put into a very academic and conceptual level. Your understanding part, like for example, question from ecology part, question from biodiversity part, or climate change part. But remaining question, what you find will be dynamic area. What is dynamic area? Practical application. What is happening worldwide? What is happening in India? Not what was the application part? How the things are getting impacted? They're asking that. So here again you have a facts. These are the facts. It gives you background, timeline. How many Rios are there and what is the part of it, right? So initially I started the first part, conferences, to give you a kind of background, because as we will proceed further, I don't have to again go back to this. You will know this conference being talked about. Now let's come to conventions, various conventions there. And again, I'll bring about the part of it, right? So you all have copied here this one, right? Any doubt you have? Coming to the classroom is an advantage. When you are coming to the classroom, you have an advantage there. And I hope that you, in your previous teacher, have gone through all this thing here, right? For the GS Foundation batch, I have told you that I'll be getting back to the conference. Somebody was that time asked that, sir, will you cover the conference? I said that I will be covering QB program. So that's what now I started with that, right? All right. So now let's go to the convention part. Again, you would have covered, but I will bring the major highlight here. Environmental conventions. So if you look at conventions, I'll divide in different color code here. First comes here green, right? Then blue, red, and gray. These are the 4 color coded way we can understand. Green issues, blue issues, red issues, and gray issues. And you understand that. 70s, 1970s, right? See, multilateralism in environment all started 70s after Stockholm. The first very important thing which come into green area, that is the Ramsar. Since we will be covering in the classroom about we added Ramsar sites. 5 new Ramsar sites have been added. Now India has got 80 Ramsar sites. So this will help you background there. The first thing comes the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands of International Importance. And you all know that 2nd February 1971. And you are aware, 2nd February every year we celebrate World Wetland Day. And now we will see in the classroom, see when I will be dealing 5 Ramsar sites, I will go to geographical aspect. We'll see those 3 in Karnataka state, 2 in Tamil Nadu have been added. So Ramsar is the first beginning. If you look at the kind of, so Ramsar which started 71, and you know Ramsar Iran. So why it is a green issue? Wetland. The wetland is an important ecosystem. biodiversity part of it. Then, 1973 CITES came. What is the full form of CITES? Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species. It basically regulates the international trade of specimen of wildlife, plants and animals. And again, it's very, very important for the exam, because now you know that WPA 1972, Wildlife Protection Act 1972 has been amended to add the provisions of CITES. And we will be covering that in the classroom. 3 appendix are there. Appendix 1, 2, 3 to control the trade. So again, 73 become. Then third comes what? You are aware of this one, CMS. What is CMS stands for? Convention on Migratory Species. And that was 1979. Convention on Migratory Species or Bonn Convention. And we'll see there. Right now, I will go to COP. Some current affairs based, what latest COP is there. So 1979 was brought. This, if you look at all other green issues, I'll again add one more green issue, which is the part of the same 71-72 timeline. You are aware, World Heritage Convention. UNESCO has got World Heritage Site, UNESCO World Heritage. So World Heritage Convention, I am using the word convention. Under this convention, right, United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization declare World Heritage Site of intangible aspect there. Cultural, historical and natural, and also mix. Both cultural and natural. Now this is 1972. 1972. 1972. 1972. These are conventions. But if you take programs, the world program, one program you are aware, there is a Man and Biosphere program. For Biosphere Reserve, the concept Biosphere Reserve and the protection MAB program, that was 71. Again, 71, but came into 75. It was proposed in that way, 75. So I have not written the Man and Biosphere program because I am talking about conventions now. What is the Man and Biosphere program? Is a program, not a treaty. Right? Now, when you come to blue one, blue part of it, blue refers to marine area, marine, right? Sea and ocean. For that, the blue word comes there. So if you talk about marine area there, so what is very important? First thing comes in terms of protection of marine areas, sea and ocean. No, vessel will be there, vessel separate there. UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Law of Seas. The law of seas basically looks into sovereign rights of the country to look into ocean, right? Where you read about territorial water, exclusive economic zone, open sea, but it also has got. But before I go to that, I will again, is linked with green, not kept here, I'm keeping it blue because it is again species part. 1946, and it is now making headline, Whaling Commission or Convention. Different types of whale. Recently, UN is saying that many types of whale species are now being threatened because of whaling. There is industries, industry which require whale. So here, you can write here, first this one, international, is the oldest one, International Whaling Convention. So under this, there is a body called International Whaling Commission. But when you say International Whaling Convention, it's a very old one, 46. A very old one time, it was brought there, right? But why I have kept it blue? Because we are talking whale. What is the habitat of whale? Sea and ocean. But again, it is linked with green. Why green? Wildlife, their protection. Right? Second comes this UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Law of Seas. So when UNCLOS came? 72. Right? 72. And you know that we have so many areas which comes under this one. Right? Again with blue, but connected with grey. I'm writing here only, connected with grey. There's a London Convention. London Convention. Now, London Convention is again the same year, 1972. It basically focuses on marine pollution. 82, no? Yes, that's what. 72 formally got adopted in that, ratified 82. London Convention. It looks into marine pollution. Marine areas is the pollution part of it. So when you say pollution, it's a gray area. But again, sea and ocean, I am keeping together there. Right? Then 2004, see for this, there is a body called IMO, International Maritime Organization. Ballast water treaty. 2004, what is there? Ballast water. What do you mean by ballast? What is a ballast? Ballast is the part of ship. Big vessel in a ship. They have a ballast which they fill with water. So before the ship or vessel go to the sea voyage, they fill water to make it heavier, so that they can float in the water and can remain stable on the sea part of it. Now, when they fill the water in this ballast, what will happen? The marine species will be there. And now let's say a ship is starting from Gulf of Aden and now coming to Arabian Sea, Mumbai port. So what will happen when it reaches to port? It removes the water. Right? It removes the water before anchoring, anchor on the port and harbor. So what has happened? The marine organism in where Gulf of Aden that time there has now moved to Arabian Sea. And some of the species may become invasive. What is the word called? Invasive species, which may affect the marine ecosystem of the new place. To control such kind of, there is a ballast water treaty, 2004. Recently, government brought this ballast water treaty to control this movement of invasive species from one part of ocean to another. I repeat again. What is the ballast water treaty deals with? Movement of invasive marine species from one part of ocean to another part of the ocean in the world. And that is very dangerous if you come to that. So it has a guideline to deal with ballast water. And the ship which takes the water, they'll filter it. They will not allow the ballast water organism to enter. And again, when they have to discharge, so they will not discharge in the open sea, like in the surface. They will discharge deep under the water. Because under the depth, many of the invasive species will die. So they have those kind of guidelines. So again, that blue area comes. Now when you come to red here, right? Again, red, when you talk about certain thing here, crisis kind of thing there. So when you take red here, so one is this one. Climate change, which is now crisis. Like red here means which would become the threat to the human life and also the planet. So first area comes climate change. That is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Second area which you are aware, desertification, UNCCD, 1994. Another crisis, you are aware, stratospheric ozone layer, ozone hole, Vienna Convention. So if we look at Vienna Convention, right? Vienna Convention, that is brought in 1985. And under this there is a Montreal Protocol. Like Montreal Protocol to phase out ozone depleting substance, that came in 1987. Montreal Protocol. We've seen the classroom recently, Kigali has brought to control the HFC, hydrofluorocarbon. But you know that Montreal Protocol was able to phase out or remove domestic use of chlorofluorocarbon, CFC, refrigerant. So there's another red area which is causing problem to the planet there. Ozone layer protection, then coming to desertification. Almost 1/3 of the land worldwide, that they have become desertified. And that is causing problem to agriculture and food security. Climate change, again, a big threat. They brought into that. Now, when it comes to gray here, first comes this one. There's a LRTAP, I'll give the full form here. Convention on Long Range. Convention on Long Range Transboundary Air Pollution. This is the full form of the convention. LRTAP. Convention on Long Range transboundary air pollution. Now, what happens sometimes, air pollution which is caused by one nation, one country, may not specify remaining within that country. Because when it goes to atmosphere, it may go and affect the neighboring countries, the country which is near neighborhood. So European countries, but we know European countries are small countries, Europe. So if let's say, and you know Europe is highly industrialized, the industrialized countries are there. So they generate all the greenhouse gases, pollutants, and that goes to the neighboring countries also there. So they came out with this convention to control such kind of transboundary air pollution, right? Now, if you look at this one, 79 here, right? I am writing the timeline because just to give you an idea, what is the base. See, although UPSC will not ask you year, UPSC will never ask you the year, and this all thing will connect with the current affairs. See, what is now happening the current level with all this convention there. So LR tab which was brought. Now within this, UPSC asked one mains exam question, Gothenburg Protocol. Gothenburg Protocol. So you know the protocol is legally binding, which comes under conventions, right? The Gothenburg Protocol. Let me write here. Within this, there is a Gothenburg Protocol. And again, remember that the questions what UPSC does is that this is 1999. In what the UPSC 1999 have written. Sometimes there may be a topic in the mains exam, maybe 2-3 years back. And based on that, something direct, indirect question comes in the prelims exam. Now, Gothenburg Protocol, I'll tell you, it addresses 3 areas. One is eutrophication. What is eutrophication? Enrichment of water bodies with nutrients. Right? You know that pollutants going to lake, pond, wetland, sea and ocean. And then, you know, growth of algae, algal bloom, BOD. Second is address acidification, acid, you know, acid rain, acidification, controlling acidification. How the acid rain is formed? Sulfur dioxide, oxides of nitrogen. And third very important area, what is called ground level ozone. See, there are 2 ozone. One we are talking about Vienna, stratospheric. There is a good ozone, protect planet from harmful UV radiation. And second ozone is what? Ground level, troposphere. So ground level ozone, and I'll tell you why it becomes very important. There is one type of smog called photochemical smog. So what is the 3 area of this one? Let me just highlight again. First is eutrophication, second is acidification, third is photochemical smog, ground level ozone. So this they get addressed in this protocol there. Now another gray area which is very, very important, Basel. Now Basel Convention is 1989. When the Basel was brought? 1989. Now what Basel deals with? Transboundary movement of hazardous waste. Right? What Basel deals with? Any movement of hazardous waste from one country to another. Transboundary movement of hazardous waste. Well, you're seeing in the classroom, but here just I'm bringing the highlight there. Transboundary movement, that means import and export. Now, why hazardous waste move from one country to another? What could be one reason? Recycling. Or sometimes, you know, second-hand goods. Second-hand goods could be go to the market there. They go for this kind of thing. Now, let's understand. Very, very important for this exam. Basel Convention deal with hazardous waste like e-waste, electronic waste, right? Plastic waste, solid waste, biomedical waste. All these are there. But one thing it is not able to address, radioactive nuclear waste. I can repeat that. Presently, Basel deal with what? All those solid waste, biomedical, electronic, e-waste, biomedical, all this they are addressing, except nuclear. You know, nuclear waste. From where nuclear waste is generated? Nuclear power plant. And you know that today, worldwide nuclear reactors are there. I'm talking worldwide. Not only India, but again, you know, Japan, China, Pakistan also has got, then USA, European countries, you know, Ukraine. Ukraine is just a small country. The main supply of electricity for Ukraine is nuclear reactor. Right? Recently, there was a news, Zaporizhia, one nuclear reactor power plant is there, which Russia, you know, Ukraine-Russia war. There was risk of a missile attack. And you know, 1986, Ukraine, you know, Chernobyl disaster. So Ukraine is what? European country. But what they generate power from? Reactors, nuclear reactors. Many of European countries have nuclear reactors. Many of developed countries, they are using nuclear reactors. So worldwide, there is so much generation of nuclear waste. But again, transboundary movement. What is transboundary? One country to another. Very really dangerous. But what is the thing here? Basel is not addressing that. See, there could be risk. Are you able to address? There could be risk if any country shipment, ship nuclear waste. And there is the country which receive. Imagine that. The country get that ship with the nuclear waste. So what impact will be there? But Basel is not addressing that. So now what comes here? A very important treaty called Bamako Convention. Now Bamako is a offshoot of Basel. So you can also write here, just write in this same flowchart. Below this you write Bamako. You write in within point number 2 only. Don't write separately. Bamako, I'll write the point here. Bamako Convention. Let me first give the year also there. Bamako Convention is 1998. Where is it? 1998. Bamako. Now let me tell you, where is the Bamako? Mali. There's a country called Mali. There is a place called Bamako. So 1991, let's give background. 1991, there were some around 12 countries, 12 African countries held a meeting. How many countries? 12. African countries held a meeting in 1991 in Bamako. And then they decided, let there be a regional, regional, not global, regional treaty to control movement of any toxic hazardous waste coming to Africa. And this is based on the 2 incidents. It happened 2 incidents. One was Coco Island. Let me write here. I'm giving you a background here. I'll get back to it, but let me write here. Coco Island. Coco Island in Nigeria. Just a background I'm giving here, then I'll get back to the flowchart. What happened in Coco Island? An Italian company, Italy, Europe, an Italian company moved its highly hazardous chemical in containers, saying that is a construction material, construction. And that was, let's say, this island where, let's say, a plot of land was there. There's a Coco Island here. Now, this Nigeria, this island, there was an owner there, plot owner. So that Italian company promised the plot owner, coastal area, if you keep this container, construction material, I will pay you every month for that. You'll be paid $100 per month. Easy money for the people. You have land, and you suddenly one day somebody comes and offer you, if you keep this one, you'll pay this much. So that guy agreed. So what happened? This ship, this brought and put all the container here on this land. It was filled with toxic chemicals. But what the company lied? Construction material, building materials. So there was an accident. That time there was spillage. Many of the people, they got affected and died also. It was a major issue. That means what it highlight? It highlight the kind of a poor aspect of law in African countries. There may not be any strong laws in the country. And what it becomes here? This becomes a dumping ground. Dumping of toxic waste. This was the turning point where African countries realized they are vulnerable. And many such kind of hazardous waste can flow to their country. And I'll tell you that Bamako is a very strong convention than Basel. If you look at bindingness, Bamako is very, very strong. So this just have given background here. The Coco Island incident was a kind of eye-opener for African countries. So they decided to do it through their own cooperation. So what is here? when you come to Bamako Convention, what you can write here is the African Convention. It only binds with Africa. And one more point you can write there, covers radioactive nuclear waste. Covers radioactive nuclear waste. Right? Cover radioactive nuclear waste which is not in Basel. Cover radioactive nuclear waste which is not in Basel. Right? So just to give you an idea, although article will not be asked, which is not covered in Basel. See, Basel Convention has one article called Article 11. It says that if government want to have any regional cooperation to control any kind of waste, they can do it. That's what this Bamako was brought. Right? Now let's look at here. Basel. Now what I'm coming here, Rotterdam. Right, point number 3, Rotterdam. Rotterdam Convention. Where is this place, Rotterdam? Basel is in, Geneva, Switzerland. Switzerland, there is a Basel there. Where is Rotterdam? Which country? Just general knowledge. Which country comes Rotterdam? Netherlands, Denmark, where it comes? Rotterdam. Netherlands. Their country, Netherlands comes, Rotterdam. Now, why these names are given to the convention and all this one? Because first time they are agreed at that particular place. When the meeting takes place, they agree. So that's what they give the name. Now, what is Rotterdam Convention? 1989, this is 1998. Same time when Bamako was there. This all, that's what we call gray area. Now see, what is Rotterdam? Two things you have to keep in mind. First, hazardous chemical. It deals with hazardous chemical. Import and export of hazardous chemicals. Right? Hazardous chemicals. Sometimes chemicals are used in industry to make some kind of product, textile, garment, or maybe sometimes, chemicals and dyes, pesticide, fertilizer. So they are required and they may be flowing through the countries, transboundary movement. And there's always risk of spillage, leakage, accident. Right? Now, what is second thing here? It talks about PIC, PIC, prior informed consent. Prior informed consent. PIC. What do you mean by prior informed consent? Before any movement of hazardous chemical, countries should consent. I'll just take it upward here. What is the meaning of PIC here? Before any such movement of hazardous chemical from one country to another, this should be consented. Without consent is an offense. Suppose a container containing chemical move from China to India. China is manufacturing hub, and let's say Indian industry required that chemical, and it's coming from China to India. Then the company which is manufacturing that chemical and the Indian company which is importing, they have to have documentation with prior approval of governments. That means the Chinese company will inform China government, Indian company will inform Indian government. This is the chemical, so and so, and this is the way it will come to India. That is called Rotterdam. Now, why is this documentation required? Prior approval and all. Again, those chemicals may be toxic in nature. So, how that is brought to the country? So, they look into all those kind of formalities. It was not earlier, but now this was brought there. Now, I am coming to another very important area of UPSC prelims exam. Chemical pesticides. For that, there is a Stockholm Convention. So, fourth one you can write here, Stockholm Convention. Now, Stockholm Convention is 2001, beginning of the millennium, 2001, Stockholm. So, remember that we have discussed Stockholm Conference, that's in 1972. Conference is a summit, meeting. But now you are talking about convention. What is convention? Agreement, multilateral agreement. Now, what is Stockholm Convention deal with? I'll use a very important word, POP, POP, POP. persistent organic pollutants. So write here, it deals with persistent organic pollutant. Persistent organic pollutants. Like when you say persistent, what is persistent means? Which stay in the environment for a long time. And in that context, what comes here? Chemical pesticide, herbicide, insecticide, and all these are hazardous because they may be affecting soil, water, and even human health. Now, in this context, a very important name comes endosulfan. Endosulfan. You are aware of this endosulfan crisis? Let me bring here. You will come across in current affairs this endosulfan issue there. Is a organo, let me write here, is a organochloride chemical pesticide. This is used for cash crop. Now it has been banned. Just I'm giving background. The issue came in this one, Kasargod. Where is Kasargod? In Kerala. And you know, if you go to Kasargod, next is Kannur in Kerala, and then Kasargod is also very near to Mangalore, Karnataka, is bordered to the Karnataka area. So even the use of this chemical pesticide in Karnataka, when the matter came into limelight because of the harmful health impact, many people died because of the pesticide, even children born because of the exposure to the pesticide. They're born with deformities. Even today, Kasargod, that area which has endosulfan problem, it is still persistent. So that time Kerala government banned this endosulfan. Then subsequently Karnataka government also banned the this substance. But is it banned by the government of India? The state government banned it, endosulfan. Right, the state government of Kerala, Karnataka, southern state, when the matter was there in the media and all, they banned it. But it has not been officially banned by the central government because the matter is sub judice. What is sub judice? Under the court. Because what is the problem here? Substitute. See, if you are banning any chemical pesticide, what will happen that the crops, we need a substitute for that. So still we are looking for, but what is now bringing here? This has been banned. Stop. That means today, no developed countries in the world, they are using this endosulfan, except developing countries. So why I have gave you this example? What is the negative impact of the pesticide, which I have just given one example. Second reason is that whenever convention comes, what is convention? Where the government negotiate. Where the government negotiate. India and China, developing countries, these two developing countries asked for some phase out period. There is always something called phase out time period, right, for 10 years for developing countries. Why the phase out timing is given for developing countries? For any convention, whenever the phase out time is there, production and consumption, production and use. The reason is simple, so that they can find some alternatives. So India and China, when the summit, COP meetings, so ask for 10 years relaxation, so that they can look for some better alternative. So still the matter is there. So India, right, still has not banned officially. But what is the problem here? That such kind of a dangerous chemical pesticide which go to the environment is not only harmful to us humans, but also plants, animals, other wildlife, they also get affected. So which convention comes in? Stockholm. See, India is now struggling with number of such kind of chemical pesticides. See, from time to time we are taking some action, but again this becomes there, and I will be covering that. That's what 28th will be a very important class, because I will be bringing those kind of current issues. What are the things here? We will see the government initiative, which all committees are there, which are laws are there, what amendments have been brought. So all these three classes will come. So here, as a background, I have given Stockholm. So Basel, hazardous waste, Rotterdam, chemicals. Third, Stockholm, chemical pesticide. Now what I am coming here, Minamata Convention. You can write in that flowchart here. Fifth one you can write Minamata Convention. Number 5 you can write Minamata Convention. So as the name, from name you can figure out from where this name Minamata comes. You all are aware. You have read in there, Japan, Minamata Bay. And what exactly happened in the Minamata? There is a 2013. If you look at the list of conventions, this is the new one. The latest one, 2013. And why it has become important? Now you can see 2013, right? 2023, how many years? 10 years. And so far UPSC has not asked question. So one of the question could be here, Minamata. So what Minamata looks into? Mercury. Minamata is on the mercury. So what happened with the mercury problem there? Can anyone tell me? What exactly was there? So this the company, I'll tell you there, the company here, this Japanese company, Chiso, this discharge, not UPSC will not ask, but just I'm giving background, as this one, methyl mercury, effluent, this methyl mercury to sea and ocean. They were discharged to the water bodies. And you know that what will happen there? This methyl mercury is highly toxic. It entered the food chain. And what is that term called as? You know this term? There is a term called as the bioaccumulation in the food chain and then finally mercury. And mercury is a heavy metal, toxic metal, and mercury affect brain, muscle. So this biomass mercury in the food chain, and that were the human. Something called here mercury poisoning. See, already this incident, or you can say the disaster, I'll use the word disaster, is a man-made disaster, is of more than 50 years old. But still mercury continues, use of mercury. Now tell me how the mercury comes to us, like whatever product we use mercury, from where it comes? How the mercury comes? Mining. See, mercury is a metal, no? Iron, aluminium, copper, all these are metals. And what we do for that? Like ore, no? Metallurgy. So mercury today, what we use, artificially made. We mine out from the earth. From where do we? Where all these deposits are there? Earth's crust. As we do the mining of ore, even today there are mining of mercuries. And then what we do, we purify mercury and use in various products. Now tell me which are the products which we use mercury. This mercury comes in which all areas there? One is medical devices. Which are medical devices? Thermometer is there. One more is there. You are aware of it. Sphygmomanometer. What is sphygmomanometer? BP, blood pressure. But although now in the market digital has come. Digital BP machine, digital thermometer has come. But again, the earlier used to be there. Now it's getting phased out. Now slowly getting phased out. You have read in geography how do earlier pressure being measured? Barometer. No, mercury barometer. But now again, there's some changes in barometer devices also. Now we will take change there. Again, where we use the mercury? Battery. Battery we use mercury. I'll give you one more example of use of mercury. Dental filling. The plaque or decay. Doctors, dentist. They have amalgam of the part and then they put up there. Again, there the mercury becomes a part of it. Again, very, very important for India, gold. gold purification. There's a artisan, gold artisans. You know, Sarafa. Have you heard the word Sarafa? There's the market jo hota hai. Market of the gold. There it is used. So today what I want to say, various products and processes use mercury. And mercury is highly toxic because once it goes inside the human body, it has a direct impact on the nervous system, right? The brain and the nervous system that get impacted. The first time after such a long time, you can say after such a long time, United Nations has taken initiative to phase out mercury from various products. Initially, India didn't join. See, no, India joined every such kind of multilateral agreement. Initially, India was hesitant to join Minamata. Why India was hesitant to join Minamata? Because many of the products we use mercury today in India. But then cabinet decided to join, and we have even ratified that we now India is a full-fledged member party of Minamata. So we have to act on that. So by 2035, which year we are right now? 2024. By 2035, various products in India using mercury will be removed, will phased out here. So this is what this flow chart I have given here. This one, which 2013, 10 years, becomes really very important. And we'll connect with that. Pollution topic will be connecting that. So my purpose was that when you come across multilateral agreements and convention, you should be knowing all this convention. Green, blue, red, grey. Yes, there is also there. Safe level is there. Because see, sometimes for every metal and any substance which we generally get exposed, there is some toxic level is there, toxicity. Up to what level our cells and tissues will tolerate. Beyond that, it goes harmful. So generally, you know, why that's what I've used the word na, biomagnification. Maybe it has got in the soil small amount, but as it goes to herbivores, carnivores, what happens? It becomes higher, and once it comes to human body, that toxic level, the high level concentration may cause impact, right? But yes, remember that even pesticide, you know, today the food what we eat contain the residue of pesticide, chemical pesticide, but still we don't get impacted so much. We again the tolerance level of body, but let's say we are able to tolerate that toxicity level, but fish or other living organism, they will not be able to tolerate, right? So what I'll do, let me go into very important thing. I have given the convention. Let's go to some latest COP on some important convention which was there in the news, right? Some important COP which was come there. So I'll just try to bring the highlight and everything, and I will be discussing that so that any question comes from there, those COP part of it, you are aware of it. So let us first understand what is COP. What does that exactly means? What is the meaning of such COP there? When you say conference of parties, what do you exactly mean? Conference of parties. COP. Yes. You all are aware of that. What does the exactly meaning of that? COP. Real meaning of the COP. Then I'll come to the convention COPs there. Yes. First thing is this one. Is a administrative, or you can say governing body of a convention. For every convention, there is a governing body. That governing body is called as COP. You should not get carried by the word conference here. I'll explain conference, it will come to there. But whenever, generally when we use the word COP, it means a governing body. And it has a office or secretariat. So it has a staff also there. There are staff which work for the COP. They are hired by the COP and they work within the COP. What is the role of this COP staff? They look into all documents, agendas, action plan, finance. they do the follow-up, sometimes follow-up. And they even the prepare, sometimes when you read COP number, we have a number, and you will come across the name of the place. So who will arrange those? You need people to manage, no? They will talk to the government, okay, now we want to have a meeting there, we have to organize a summit there. So that is staff, office, manage everything there. The same thing in India also. When we have to go for any kind of conference, for any VIP, so who works there? Bureaucrats, protocols, okay, where will they organize, what will be the summit, who will be the invitees, they all look into that. Now what is another thing here? It organized. Now comes the meeting point. It organized meetings of parties, meetings of member parties. Member parties, right? This is what we call as a summit. Now, when a COP, that body, organization, go for a meeting or a summit, then it gives a number. Right? Here you will find the number here. This number is of the meeting number. So whenever you come across the number there is a meeting or it. So when it's a COP28 UNFCCC, so what you are talking about? Climate change summit 28 times. Organizing in Dubai. Sheikh Egypt. 26 was in Glasgow. So that is we are giving the. So this is first thing. One is the body, second is the meeting. A meeting will be with the number. So this you have to be at the back of the mind. The COPs, important conventions, and I'll bring about everything. First, I'm coming for CBD, right? It was in China, Kunming. Let me come across. This you understood what is. So now let's come to this. The first time coming to CBD, Convention on Biodiversity, Kunming, China. Right? This is a CBD COP15. Now, first of all, another thing here. See, every convention will have its own body, its own COP. So there is no universal COP. Right? So whenever you are reading current affairs, and when you are reading COP, then you are reading COP with respect to that convention. Now, every convention does not organize meeting every year. Now here, it organized CBD COP here. It happens every 2 years. What is the time cycle here? 2 years. And you see the outcome also here. This one was in 2022. That will say current affairs you have to read, but you have to again look into the last 2 years. Now let's look at the outcome here. Very, very important for the exam. Right? Now before I go to outcomes, let me ask a general question, then I'll come to the outcome. What are the objectives of CBD, Convention on Biodiversity? I gave you background, 1992, Rio de Janeiro, Earth Summit it was brought. What are the objectives of CBD? We have discussed in the classroom. Yes, tell me. क्या क्या 3 objectives हैं CBD का? Protect the biodiversity, okay. Which is second? Fair equity, okay. Correct. Benefit sharing, okay. Yes. JD resources, okay. Okay. Yes. It's very simple. Conservation of biodiversity. Second is called sustainable use. Agenda 21, no? Sustainable use of genetic resources. And third one is very unique. That's what I've asked that what is objective. Fair and equitable benefit sharing of the commercial use of genetic resources. What is genetic resource? Biological resource. What we see when we use in the market. So whatever benefit we get, profit, sharing to the indigenous people. Who are the indigenous people? Who give us the resource. They should get the benefit. So let me bring here. Kunming summit here. So what will happen? Whenever such summit or conference is, what is there comes? Declaration. there will be declaration. Again, remember that whenever such word comes declaration, they are basically document. Whatever they have decided, will put in a document. Now here, first thing here, very, very important point here. Post 2020 biodiversity agenda. I'll tell you what is this agenda. We'll understand this agenda. Because of the pandemic, because of the global pandemic, meetings were postponed. Now, it is basically, you can write here, targets to be met by 2030. The international targets have been given to the government. You will understand what are those targets, which I am now writing here, based on earlier you would have somewhere read about this Aichi targets. I'll give you a background here. What is Aichi target? Aichi is the place in Japan. Where? Japan. Meaning is where? In Japan. I'll write separately here. Nagoya Conference or Nagoya Summit that was held in 2010 in Japan. At that time, government came out with 2011 to 2020. 20 Aichi targets were brought. I'll again repeat there. See, when earlier Nagoya Summit was held in Japan, that time government decided to have global targets to be fulfilled by 2020. And they came out with 20 target, which is called Aichi target. They are called Aichi targets. Right? Now 2020 was over. So the government need to have some kind of a revision in next 10 years. But because of the pandemic, it got delayed. But now 2022, after pandemic, 2020-21 was a pandemic time. So 2022 when they met, so they decided to go for further on targets. Now what are those targets? This one, protection of land, water, coral reefs, controlling invasive species. All this was brought in this agenda there, Kunming Summit. So first very important highlight was global targets to protect biodiversity. They have been now brought under this outlook there. Now second thing there. Nagoya is also known for, which I've said, what are the objective of convention. Third objective of CBD is fair and equitable benefit sharing, ABS. So what you write number 2, take it upward. You write number 2 here. Second outcome you can write number 2. That is here ABS mechanism. Was analyzed. What the government decided, how they are going to carry out ABS. What is ABS? So I'll write the full form. One is access and second is benefit sharing. Access and benefit sharing. A global framework. What is something called global framework to how to carry out this access and benefit sharing. See, it was proposed where? In Nagoya. In Nagoya, it was proposed. What is something called? Which you call as a, I'll write in the bracket here. It's called Nagoya Protocol. It's called as a Nagoya Protocol. Now they have brought the mechanism. What is this mechanism? I'll just tell you here. That there will be a body. There will be a body to manage the benefit sharing. And India is already ahead of it. See, what we are talking about, global level. The countries with CBD will have a body to manage ABS. But we have already done so. We have already have a body. Which bodies we have? NBA and SBB. National Biodiversity Authority and State Biodiversity Board. We already have. But if you look at international level, there are countries which do not have any formal official body to deal with. So now the Kunming summit, they came out with a draft document to bring a body for that. So now what will happen? China, Japan, many countries will have a statutory body to deal with vibration. So in this context, you can say India is much ahead of it. We have a law and we have a bodies there. The Kunming summit was there. Now what becomes very important? This year. I told now. Every 2 years is there. 2024. Right? 2024 summit will be there. So now this time, when you look at the part of history of this COP, I'll just give you a very good idea. After this Nagoya, 2012, India was the host. Hyderabad. The Hyderabad summit was there. Telangana. So even we have hosted a COP like this. So when we talk COP, different kind of thing. You should also know that where India has played a role in COP. So Hyderabad summit was two years after Nagoya was there. Right? So now this is now planned for. There's going to be, you are aware of the place there, which we are known for Mughals. From where the Mughals originated? Samarkand. Right? Samarkand. This I'll come to later on. This is Samarkand. Which country is Samarkand? Samarkand there, Uzbekistan. So this you can see, CBD, Samarkand. So now this is getting ready, and I'll tell you here. This will be held in October. Generally, Biodiversity COP is organized in October month. So now you are going to appear in June the exam. After that will be the, so here, this is what comes here. This Samarkand is for CMS there. Let me come across here. Here this. So COP 16, they have already decided the date. So here you will find the date also. This will be held in Colombia. Yes, I'm going. Colombia. Where is Colombia? This is now the Cali, C-A-L-I, Cali, Colombia. That is in the South America. Now this will be the part of during the time of main exam, but these are just given idea there. They have decided. So now let's come to the next one here. So next one, COP which I am coming here, there is a COP of this, you are aware of this name, CMS. Even the COP for CMS, government of India has organized there. So now COP is CMS, that was, I think this Samarkand was another thing, just 1 second. CMS, UNEP. 14th meeting will be held. Now this remember that. When you talk about CMS and sites, it is organized every 3 years. It is organized every 3 years. So this is Samarkand, right? This is Samarkand comes. So CBD will be that what I've mentioned there, Colombia, Uzbekistan. I'll come to the main part of it. This is going to be the 2024. Now it has already been done. ये हो चुका है. It's already been done here. February there was CBD happens October, November. They have different year. So here I'll write here every 3 years. They organize every 3 years. So it was held in the February month. ये हो चुका है. ठीक है. So now what I'm coming here, what are the main thing of here? So when you look at outcomes here, the first outcome is that, which is important for this year exam, and you can, because CMS, what is CMS deal with? Migratory species. So the first very important thing they have laid out, this one. Water birds. So there is something called here MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. So this time when the Samarkand this was there, they have gone for this particular for African Eurasian kind of water birds there. So, see, when you say water birds, you are talking about only those areas where the river, lake, or wetland is there, right? And they migratory one there. Like I'll give you a few examples. If we talk about this water birds, ducks, ducks, geese, and I'll give you here two examples from India. From India context, if you look at one comes here, spoon-billed sandpiper. Spoon-billed sandpiper is a migratory bird which comes to India. Another thing you will find in our Ramsar sites and wetlands, another name comes this one, bar-headed geese. Geese is plural of goose. Again, this is a Eurasian. Eurasian matlab from Europe to India, which migrate there. Sometimes you will come across Central Asian flyway, Central Asia. And now you can say Samarkand is also part of Central Asia. So another thing what they have highlighted this one, Central Asian flyway. So during this meeting, the first level talk was on the birds, and they focus on the African Eurasian and the Central Asian flyway. What is the third very important highlight of this meeting was, see, even in CMS, it also has two appendix. Appendix 1 and 2. What is Appendix 1 and what is Appendix 2? Appendix 1 is those animals, migratory animals, which are risk to extinction. They can become extinct there. 2 are those which are not that much threatened but may benefit from conservation. Now, what is third here is given. I'll write here. Cetacean. This time the meeting has highlighted for conservation of cetacean. What is cetacean? These are the whale, like different type of whale. I mentioned that in International Whaling this convention. So this now what is happening there? Number of different type of whale species. Now they are getting threatened, and you'll find whales are also migratory in nature. They migrate from one country to another, like blue whale, humpback whale. All these are there, and India is also home of such kind of a whale in where Arabian Sea and again part of Andaman Nicobar Islands. So that they have given the focus on that. So these are two major areas. One is African Asian birds, water birds given importance. Second, cetacean species. Now, cetacean word is a biological word which refer to such kind of a species there, right, which belong there. That was a part of. Now, I'll come to the COP of CITES, CITES. Now, as I said, every 3 years it comes here. So, CITES new COP which has not been organized. The previous COP was in Panama City. So, let me write here. We write the next one here. The site, there's a COP of CITES there. Where which part of the Panama City comes? There's a Central America, Mesoamerica, right? That time the COP site Panama City was raised. Now, what are the outcomes here? See, when you look at sites there, okay, but just then I'll come to that. The 3 appendices are there. What are those appendices means? Appendix 1, 2, 3. Then I'll give the outcome here. What is the first outcome? First appendix 1. I've taught in the classroom. Recently, I've taught in the classroom. CITES, what is CITES? Convention on Trade-off. When there. Appendix 1 contains. These are Appendix 1 contains those species of animal and plants for which a normal trade will not take place. International trade. Normal trade will not take place. That is controlled by the government. Second is the Appendix 2, where trade is allowed but restricted by government. Appendix 1 is what? Prohibited. Like tiger, lion, rhinoceros, they come in 1. Appendix 2, trade is allowed but the government control the trade. And what is Appendix 3 of CITES? Say here, Appendix A1, Appendix 1, you have Appendix 2. Mostly 1 and 2 becomes very important. And what is third? Appendix 3, where a party has listed an animal or plant in 1 and 2 and requests other parties to also control the trade. That's called Appendix 3. What is Appendix 3? Where one government has listed animal or plant in 1 or 2, Appendix 1 or Appendix 2, and request other parties to also control the trade. The tiger is Appendix 1, but tiger is also Appendix 3. What is 3 means? Government of India is requesting other governments to control tiger trade. That's Appendix 3. But when you say Appendix 1, what is the meaning of Appendix 1? That no part of tiger will go for trade from India. That's completely banned, prohibited. So what happens whenever this kind of a COP happens, COP means meeting, conference parties, so they will revise the appendix. Appendix 1 and 2, this is great revision there. So here you don't have to remember all the names of animals and plants, right? That is not very important. But what is very important, I have discussed that in the classroom also there. Indian rosewood, you know that is called शीशम, Delvergia sisu. मैंने क्लास में बताया था कि दो तरह का होता है. Two types I have mentioned in the classroom. One is Delvergia latifolia, which is a threatened one, Himalayan range, and second is Delvergia sisu, that is a normal शीशम. There were restrictions. So here was removed. So it comes into which appendix? Appendix 2. What is Appendix 2? Where the governments control the amount of trade. So earlier it was restricted, that the amount of trade which will go outside India was restricted. But now what happened this time? They have relaxed that amount, so that more such kind of rosewood or product made of rosewood, like furniture, furniture or some kind of artwork. Now they can be exported out of India. So that was brought in the sites there. Now earlier India was also a host of sites. This time I am talking about Panama City, but before Panama City, India also has hosted there, and that was a Gandhinagar, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. So that time also we have to go. But here, when you look at here, this type here, sites looks into this kind of area there. Now what is the focus area? It is given on this illegal trade of samples or specimens of this one, rhinos. And second animal which has been highlighted is the pangolin. And both the case India comes into that. Rhino poaching. Now tell me why rhinos are poached, why rhinos are killed? Horn. And I have discussed in the classroom there, in African rhino, see, there's more poaching happens in Africa, like black rhino and white rhino. In India, we have a greater one-horn rhino, Kaziranga, Manas, all this comes there. So what has happened now? The report says that African rhinos population are declined because of the illegal poaching there. So this time the government, they looked into this Appendix 1 to control the trade. And second, pangolin. You have seen the pangolin there. They have scales. See, there are different types of pangolins worldwide. India is a home. Indian pangolin, Chinese pangolin. Like when you go to northeastern India, we find Chinese pangolin. Remaining thing you'll find Indian pangolin. And why pangolins are poaching and hunting? The scales they use for Chinese medicine. So again, controlling the trade of that, and they all comes into Appendix 1. But again, the sample and all this get traded worldwide. So they have given the importance of the kind of here. So you come to, you have to focus on those areas there. Sites and CMS both happens every 3 years. CBD happens every 2 years. Now what will come? A very important one, which you all know. I will be covering that in the part of climate change topic also. Then the COP28 of climate change was held, right? COP28. Now tell me from your understanding part, COP of climate change, UNFCCC. This was the 28th number. Where it was held? You know that, UAE. right? United Arab Emirates. What is the place of their? UAE is the country. So which place? Dubai. Dubai is a very known place. Actually, before this COP28 was being organized, there was a lot of debate about, if Dubai is a oil country, Gulf is a oil country, right? And today, because of one of the factor of climate change is greenhouse gas, they come from fossil fuel. And from where the fossil fuel come? Petrol, diesel. They come from where? Crude oil, hydrocarbons. So that is organizing the summit and talking about clean energy. They themselves are the supplier of the fossil fuel worldwide. So that was in the Hindu paper. They were writing in that sense there. But the fact is that Dubai summit has got a lot of landmark things. Let me cover here. First thing is this one. First part which Dubai was this one. Loss and damage fund. Loss and damage. Those countries which are highly at risk, they will be supported through $300 billion finance. There's finance for this. Government has placed for $3 billion US support to those kind of countries there, highly vulnerable countries there. Second very important thing about this conference is that it has also looked into this one. Clean energy transition. And particularly, you know that renewable energy, solar power and all this. Right? We have discussed in the foundation batch also that, but again, when I'll come to 28th, I'll be discussing climate change, current affairs. That time also we'll cover there. We have discussed about International Solar Alliance, and I have discussed that One Sun, One World, One Grid, and then Green Grid Initiative, GGI. So those things were again reiterated there, and additional finance for that, so that more and more such solar plant and all this can be promoted worldwide. Now, next very important thing about this summit has been there. That is in terms of global stock GST. Let me explain there what is GST here. Under Paris Agreement, now what is being run here? Paris Agreement. Kyoto is now over. Kyoto Protocol 1997 got over by 2020. Now 2021 to 30 is the Paris Agreement, the new climate change agreement being that. Now there is a provision of review of NDC. What is NDC? That is a national determined contribution of all the government. This national determined contributions of the government, right? Let's say India, China, US, whichever governments have committed their targets, okay, how much they are going to cut down. That requires a periodic review. So here, review of NDCs, the first one here will be in 2000. The report will come in 2025. Paris Agreement started 2001. What is called global stock? How much they have cut down the carbon emission, right? How much countries are able to go for that, meeting the targets. So there will be global stock take for that. Then another thing here, this one, I have mentioned that clean energy, this clean technology framework. And for this, this additional finance here, $100 billion US dollar, this additional finance have been committed by the government there. Now see here, when you say renewable energy, that is also clean technology, right? There is also clean technology, but here there will be the fund for different type of technology to be brought. Let's say, for example, in terms of vehicle, automobile sector, like electric vehicles we are talking about, or maybe some industrial areas. So those technology which will generate less greenhouse gas. For that scientific research and the promotion part, there will be a framework for that. Already this framework started 2 years back. Now the last part which I would like to add here, that is this one, methane emission there. Global methane. See first, Glasgow. 26 there, Glasgow summit here. So first time proposing Glasgow summit in 2021. This methane pledge. India didn't join the methane pledge. What is the pledge? Where the governments will take all action to reduce methane emission. Now methane is also greenhouse gas and more warming than carbon dioxide gas. See, for our case, the problem is that we cannot immediately shift from paddy to non-paddy field. Paddy field, rice cultivation is one of the big source of methane gas. Again, India is the home of the largest cattle population in the world, and cattle also emit methane gas. We cannot simply transition to that. So, but governments there are going to that. But we'll go into more detailed part. See here, today, at least briefly, I am going to the areas of conference and convention so that you have a background there. But whatever the major COP and the decisions are there and the highlights, we'll be covering more in the classroom there with respective topics. Biodiversity, climate change, pollution, I will be coming to that. Okay. Is it clear here, all of you? All right. So I can see people who are there in GS batch, but there are many which are new also there, right? I know that I've already exceeded time. You need a half an hour break. I'll go into that. You are from Subraranjan? No. Yes. No, in my batch or you are? Other there, I think March batch students are also there. How many are from March batch? Okay, that's good. You're also from? No. You have done from where? No, coaching, no, I'm asking. Self-study, okay, not a problem. Okay, say we'll have half an hour break here. Now, this workbook, right? What I'm now going to do is that, this is again need to be done because at least you know those kind of ecological concepts. But again, I'll go to the important areas where questions can be asked in the exam. I'll focus that area there, right? So we'll be going to all those kind of concept one by one, and I'll be connecting some of the areas from current development, which is linked with the concept part. So that part we'll be doing in the classroom there. All right. So that tomorrow we'll go for the biodiversity part of it there. Okay. How are you? Good. Right. Okay. So, हर साल होता है. See, climate change, what is asking? Climate change COP happens every year in the month of November. Right? CBD in 2 years, site CMS happens every 3 years. Right? So let's have half an hour. So now the time is 10:40, right? What is 40? So which time? 11:15? Huh? What time you want? 11:15 or 11:10? Okay, 11:10. You can come back there. All right. You can have chai and come back there. All right. Thank you. ये ऑन करूं मैं? ये ऑन है? ये ऑन है? लाइव हो गया? अच्छा, first of all, there was a problem with respect to mic. So the online sometimes the entire word is not very clear. Sentence, what I'm mentioning there, it was breaking in between. While I was writing a word also, it was breaking in between there. So now things have rectified. I've requested technical team to look into this mic issue. Now, if there's anything, we'll get again resort it out. Now, what is the very, very important part which I would like to add now is that, see, if you look at ecological concept, right, if you look at concept from ecology, see here 1 to 2 questions you can get in the exam. Generally, prelims point of view, not mains exam, only for prelims point of view, 1 or 2 questions you could expect from the ecological areas. And the trend has been now, up and down. For example, 2021, if you look at 2021 a prelims exam, that time UPSC asked dramatically 7 questions there. Suddenly it was raised. Number of questions they have increased there. Like biome, biome. Question on biome, there were 2 questions on biomes, 2 questions on biogeochemical cycle, nutrient cycle, phosphorus cycle, water cycle. Then there was question on this biological interaction, like which of the organisms have a symbiotic relationship kind of thing. So suddenly they increased, but then 2022, 0, no question, right? 2023, again, no question. So what is the point here is that this exam is so, uncertain. So UPSC, right, from year to year, ask even one topic will be more number of questions, other topic will ask less or maybe 0. But for your preparation, right, you have to be prepared with it. If you are getting any question from ecology, at least 1 or 2 questions, you should solve it correctly. That means you get marks on that. So we'll be getting into all those areas one by one. See, first of all, see, when you say ecology, I'll use the workbook also there, but let me explain certain areas with a flow chart. See, when you use the word environment, environment means surrounding. Anything surround a living organism is a environment. It includes living, non-living, everything comes here. But when you say ecology, so ecology is basically a scientific study of interactions, right? Interaction and interdependence. Interdependence. Now, first component comes living organisms, plants, animals, right? Microorganisms like bacteria, all this comes into fungi. Among living organisms, that's one component where the interactions for food, for water, for energy, that's what the ecology as a subject, you can say it's a discipline or subject, deals with it. Plus what comes here, and between living organisms and their surroundings. That means whatever comes in their surroundings. Now, when you say surroundings, again you are aware, surrounding will include living and non-living, biotic and abiotic. Now, this is the definition I have given. And I am very sure you have read in the classroom, right? Your GS classroom, you have read about this ecology word. What is ecology as a subject, right? So, sometimes students ask, is it environment part of ecology or ecology part of environment? What is the answer there? Like when you say environment, sometimes in colleges, you have environmental studies or environmental science, right? Master's level and all. And second, you find ecology there. So where you find ecology is the under environment subject or environment is under the ecology subject? Huh? Yes. So the main subject is environment. Within that, you study ecology, where you focus on interactions. So that means ecology is mostly from living organism perspective. Now let's focus on the UPSC point of view. Okay, what questions can be asked from there? So when you look at ecological concept here, the first area, important topic, where generally UPSC asks question, that is on the concept of ecosystem, ecological system, right? So we will see what are areas where questions are asked. And now, last year the pattern of exam, statement type question, statement 1, statement 2, both statements are correct, 2 is the correct explanation, that type of question there. So they can ask such kind of static part, static or theoretical part. So let us look at here. So when you say ecosystem, the what is first thing comes is the living place. What we use the word habitat of a living organism. Any kind of plant, animal, even bacteria, fungi, human being, whatever the living place is there, that is ecosystem. In a one general way, we can say that. Now, in this context, let us understand 3 important areas. First, classification, types there. So when you look at types here, types of ecological systems, you know that one is the terrestrial, land-based, terrestrial ecosystems. And second, you know that aquatic ecosystems. At the same time, you are also aware whether it's a terrestrial ecosystem or aquatic ecosystem, could be natural and man-made. Even humans can also make an ecological system. Like for example, agriculture field, farmland is a man-made ecosystem, right? Town, urban area is a man-made ecosystem where we, along with other animals and plants, are found to live in that urban area, right? And there is interaction, food, water, whatever way the things move there. So terrestrial, aquatic there. And the same way we can also classify here either naturally occurring or it is a artificial or man-made. Right? So what kind of question you can get in the exam? There could be a direct question there. Which of following are natural? Which of following are man-made? Right? That is a very simple type of question there, where one can get the question in the exam. So let me just give an example there. Let's have an example here in this context there. Is it clear that you have read this one? That's what, consider this 2.5 hours as a part of your revision. You are able to revise this so that when you are in the exam hall, you don't have to go back to this kind of concept. These are purely academic and theoretical kind of thing there, static part of area. Right? Let's understand here. Suppose if you get a question like this, which of following ecosystems are artificial or man-made? And I'm giving you an example here. Suppose biodiversity park. Say UPSC can give you any kind of a choices. There you have to see that whether it's man-made or natural there. Second, agricultural land. Farmland, agricultural land. Third, tropical rainforest. Right? There's a choice I'm giving here. Fourth, lagoon. Right? And fifth, salt pan. Salt pan. Salt pan is where salt is there. Deposition of salt is there. And suppose that here, if I am giving the choice here, any two, any three, any four, and all five. So this type of question will be very direct question, which you can easily get the 2 marks. Again, remember that out of 15 question which I suppose that will be asked in the exam, be sure that 3-4 questions will be like that, which is within your reach, where you can easily score marks. You don't have to use so much of thought process there. So if you look at biodiversity, let us first filter out which are purely natural. Let's first see which are purely natural, complete natural. This is complete natural. Lagoon, like Chilika Lagoon, Pulicat Lagoon. And lagoons are generally formed where? Coastal area, where the sea water form the lake or lagoon there. Now coming tropical rainforest, completely natural. See, although you know that man can also make forest. You all know that. Even we can do the plantation. And I'll use the one word here, just to make you aware. See, there is a word comes this one, silviculture. Like we say, aquaculture and all this silviculture. See, silviculture is a science of plantation. Forest department sometimes plot of land do the planting of trees, and what will happen after 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, it becomes a forest land. So man can create there. See, silviculture is this one. There's a here science of plantation of trees, that is called silviculture. But when you say tropical rainforest, when you use the rainforest, like Amazon is a rainforest, the biggest rainforest of the world. Then you are aware of the in India, Western Ghats of India is known for rainforest. We have in northeastern India, Meghalaya, then Assam, the part of Arunachal Pradesh, we find evergreen tropical rainforest. Andaman Nicobar Islands, we have rainforest. Right? So then natural there. Now coming to this one, agriculture, purely is a man-made. Complete man-made ecosystem. You will be stuck up in these 2 areas. What was salt pan? Salt pan. Okay, let me give example here. Run of Kutch. Where is Run of Kutch? You all know that Run of Kutch is in Gujarat. It's a very, very important place for biodiversity. Kutch in Gujarat. And we'll cover in the classroom that Kutch is the biosphere reserve. Is the largest, you can say, marine biosphere reserve. So Kutch, when we go to visit Kutch, what do you find? We have a salt desert. See, when the word desert, desert could be hot desert, cold desert, salt desert. And why the salt is there on this part of Kutch? Which last year UPSC asked the question, periodic rise and fall of sea water. That land, Kutch region, has been covered with sea water, then again sea subsided. So what has happened with over time, salt has been deposited. Now if you look at Kutch in Gujarat, is a natural salt pan is there. But you all know that Maharashtra, Goa, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, the coastal areas, what we do, we take sea water, we cover it, and we evaporate to make it salt. Again, you have a salt, what is salt pan? Deposit. Salt is also there. I'll give you another very good example, Sambar Lake. Sambar Lake in Rajasthan, which is a Ramsar site of Rajasthan. Again, what the people do there? Salt making, salt pan. So what is here point? Salt pans can be both natural as well as man-made. Are you getting this? Why I have given you example? Salt pan can be natural, right? Natural deposit of salt, and salt pan can be man-made, where people cultivate salt making, right? Namak Satyagraha, right? Dandi March. You all know that Gandhiji that time there. The salt, human has been making salt for a long time. Now the question is that if you get question like this, so where you will place a salt pan, natural or man-made? You will place in man-made, because mostly it is a man-made. Run of Kutch is one example but mostly people cultivate salt, right? But yes, if you get question in natural also, you can take that. It's both. But mostly, what is salt pan? Man-made. So it is a man-made here. Did you get that? Although naturally we find in Gujarat, but where we find most often along the coastal area, man-made ecosystem, man-made there. Now, what about biodiversity park? I'll give you a very good example, very, very good example. Yamuna Biodiversity Park. Let me show you that. Right, Yamuna, you know, on the bank of river Yamuna, Akshardham and that area, you will go there. Yamuna Biodiversity Park is there. Let me open this. Yamuna Biodiversity Park. You have a website also there. Now tell me this, Yamuna Biodiversity Park is a natural or man-made? This one. So I'm taking you to this home page, right? This is the home page here. Right? And you can see here, these are ducks. And sometimes, what I mentioned, sometimes they may be migratory also. They may be coming to Delhi. And you know, Yamuna is a river. Now, what is a wetland? Swamp, marsh. Sometimes, you know, floodplain. You know, where the river flood, you have a deposit there of water. And that could become like a wetland. So let's say Yamuna river, this is what you have. Biodiversity park here. Right? People in Delhi, they don't know about it. The fact is that. Right? Many of the people are not aware, but this is a very beautiful site, which has been on the bank of the river Yamuna there. So you'll find this, see. Even you have these water bodies there. See, Delhi has some green patch left over. Thankfully, they are there. You can say they are lungs of for Delhi. If they are gone, then, you know, Delhi pollution. What is the status of Delhi pollution? Sometimes you will come ridge area, ridge. You know, Delhi University, if you have gone to DU and all this, you have ridge area. And one of the green patches here, right, Yamuna Biodiversity Park. So it is a natural. On the floodplain. These are preserved. What do you mean by biodiversity? Flora and fauna. Different type of plants, animals, which are found there. They are called biodiversity park. And why it is called park? People will visit there. Just like, you know, zoological park, Chiriyaghar. People go there, see the animals, plants. That is for, you know, recreation, awareness, right? But you have here, see, if you look at here, see here, emerging as the capital is the most visited public place, a prominent center for learning. Can you see learning and understanding environment? Yamuna Biodiversity Park has become home of diversity of forest community, see. Then again, biologically rich wetlands. I've used that word wetland, marshy land, swamp land. Then again, see here, grassland communities, fruit yielding species, medicinal herb. See, if you go to this one now, part of, I'll give you Kashmiri Gate, you know, ISBT, that area. And when you go towards Ajadpur side, there is a place called Wazirabad. I'll give you another name you are familiar with, Timarpur. No, Timarpur, the University of Delhi. The backside there's a Timarpur and all this. So Wazirabad, if you go, there's part of, but again, now it's being threatened. You know why it is threatened? Human population. If you go to Wazirabad, a lot of people, dense colony, you know, colony of people. Delhi, you know, human population is very high. They will find that. See here. Two major zones, visitor zone, nature reserve. One is natural one. And you can see one is a people which can go and can see there. They've got plants and everything. This is given, located on this main entrance. Right, you have this. Even you can see these are what? You know, the ornamental plants. Northeast is said to be the paradise on the earth. You know why? Because of many of the ornamental plants like orchids. Right, so these are, again, they have cultivated here. This is what you find here. Again, see, bamboo. You know, bamboos and all this are found in that area. It's a very important, see, herbal garden, sacred grove. We will cover in the classroom. Tomorrow's class will be really very important. I am going to cover so much areas and we are going to discuss so many things which is really going to be there in the exam questions will be there. Sacred forest is a very important topic. What do you mean by sacred? Sacred forest? Local community, they worship or preserve that particular area there. This is what is comes here, see. Then is given here rangeland, butterfly, see, butterfly conservation. they have done for this one. And this is one thing, gene bank, DNA, DNA, gene bank, preserve the species DNA. All these are there, is a part of it. So what you can come across there. So that's what I always keep on saying in my class, right? Ghuma karo, whenever you get time. And I told in my GS batch that now the date has changed, 16th June, right? Pack your bag and then out of Delhi. ठीक है, दिल्ली से दूर जाना है, वो यहाँ के माहौल से दूर जाना है. नेगेटिव ना, कट ऑफ. People are worried about cut off there. It's better to go somewhere else than think of cut off there, right? So that's what I brought there. So see, that's what I say, UPSC question will be simple, but what the UPSC will do, make the theory part connected with the current affairs, connecting theory part with the whatever things we see, we come across there, right? The natural side comes there, right? But now my question, can biodiversity park be man-made? As I say that, whenever you take the example, see, UPSC examples will be outside textbook. UPSC will give the example which are outside textbooks, right? Biodiversity park can also be man-made. I'll give you one example here. Let's look at example. Birsa Munda. The name Birsa Munda comes, what does that mean? Jharkhand, right? Jharkhand? Yeah. So Birsa Munda Biodiversity Park in Ranchi, you know Ranchi, capital of Jharkhand. So I'm now taking to this one. Biodiversity Park, right? Ranchi in Jharkhand. There you come across. Now this is man-made. I'll give you another example. KBR, Kasu Brahmananda Reddy, right? Park, Biodiversity Park. Where is it? Hyderabad. KBR is a man-made, right? So my thing is that when you get this kind of choice, so first you identify which are purely natural or purely man-made, and then which are the overlap, both natural and man-made. So biodiversity park could be natural, biodiversity park can be man-made. So we will also consider here as man-made. So how many choices will come there? See, both natural, man-made. Salt pan, natural and man-made. Since the question asks artificial or man-made, so how many choices comes here? 1, 2 and 3. The answer will be here, any 3. But again, remember that UPSC can set question different ways, right? It can ask you question different manner, different ways are there. There comes. So when you come across the concept of ecosystem, what is first thing? Habitat. Right? Different types of habitat. They are called ecosystem, right? Now, second thing which I am coming here. In the concept of ecosystem, what we have said, physical habitat and classification of ecosystem, what I would like to bring, shall I change the page? So what I would like to bring here, you can write also this one, that is a concept called ecotone. See, when we say living place, right? One thing is what? Forest, grassland, desert, or we can say any man-made kind of thing, ecosystem. Second, we are coming to ecotone. Now, this is also important. Let's understand here. So, what is the ecotone? You are aware of this. It is called as a transition area. Transition area between two types of ecological systems or ecosystems there. Let me draw a diagram here. Let's say this is one ecosystem. I will take examples here. This is ecosystem 1. It may be any kind of example. And you have another ecosystem. Ecosystem 2. So what is an ecotone? This one. Overlap. Where the two ecosystems merge. Transition or overlap. Now this becomes ecotone. See, ecotone can be narrow, very small. Ecotone could be broad, large area. So what is second thing which I would like to add here? I can write here. Can be small as well as the large. And we'll take example. We will take certain example. Can be small as well as large. That means in terms of area. Let me write here. In terms of area. I'll explain with example, small and large. You'll be able to understand that. Could be small, could be large. Let's take a small area, which is ecotone. Very small area there. When you go to Himalayan range, right? When we visit Himalayan range, so what we find here, slope. Just consider slope of mountain. So what we find in the lower reach of the Himalayan range, we will find evergreen forest. Let's say up to 1000 meter. 1000 meter above mean sea level, where rainfall is higher. We'll find evergreen forest. Now let's say we go to 2000 meters. Here 1000 meter. Now 2000 meters. So what type of trees and plants will come across? Deciduous. Temperate. Why? Because temperature will fall. Decrease in temperature. Rainfall will also come down. So you'll find here temperate. I'm writing here temperate. And now let's say when you go to 3000 meters. Mountain or mountainous. What we call alpine. You read that alpine. What do you find? Conifers. Cedar, devdar, pine. Conifers are there. So here alpine, let's say alpine. Now tell me here, where ecotone lies? And I'll give you example of both small and large. Where the ecotone lies? This boundary. That means we will find gradient. That imagine you are on the slope, right? Imagine that there is a road. Just imagine there is a road and you are on the road. So you will find that gradually this evergreen type of trees and deciduous starts. So there will be one sharp line, line, where you find at one point of time you have a evergreen tree also, deciduous tree also. Now as you move further ahead, what you will find? Deciduous and conifers. That is small area, correct? Now let me give you large area, bigger area. Mangrove forest. Mangrove forest, still you can take small also there. Mangrove forest. Now tell me, where you find mangrove forest? Coastal area. Coastal area you find mangrove forest. And you know that mangroves are salt tolerant plants, right? They grow on the coast. All the mangrove plants will be on the coast. Now what happens in mangrove plant? Let me draw a diagram. See, when you go to coastal area, right? Let's say suppose this is the sea or ocean. Now this is the coast, right? Land part. So you know that when the tide comes, high tide, so there will be up to one line, there will be high tide, water will be more. Then forward low tide. When the tide is low, you'll find there will be muddy soil with water. Because plants require soil to anchor, right? This is what is called as, you are aware of the name, intertidal zone, where high tide and low tide comes. And here you will find mangroves. The mangroves will be here. Right? And their roots also comes out. High tide and low tide. So what is so unique about mangrove forest? You have a sea water, saline water, salt water. At the same time, rivers. Ganges, Brahmaputra, Mahanadi, Kaveri, Krishna, Godavari. You take any rivers of India. The river brings what? Fresh water. Mix of fresh water and salt water, saline water. Brackishness. Again where? Land, water. Land and the water. both comes there. This is a very good example of ecotone. We'll say mangrove as an ecotone. This is ecotone area, right? Which a boundary between land and water, right? And you know that it becomes like a safety wall. Mangrove becomes so important that it protects the coastline from natural calamities. And this year again, mangroves could be important for the examination. Mangrove protection and everything comes into that. We will discuss tomorrow one very important program, MISHTI, MISHTI. Tomorrow I will be covering that. Today I am just giving the basic concept, but we are going to cover those kind of government programs. So mangrove is what? Ecotone. Give me more example of that. This one example I have given. Mountain forest I have said. There's so many examples. Now think broad. See, when you're looking at a concept, start thinking broader way. Okay, what all examples could be there where two ecosystems merge, transition take place? Lakes could be there. This one, wetland. What are examples of wetland? Marsh, swamp, right? Sometimes you come across this word bog in UK and bog. Again, see what is the difference between marsh and swamp? Marsh, you have a small plants, herbs, shrubs. But when you say swamp, you have trees. Like mangrove is a swamp. We don't say mangrove marsh. What is mangrove? Mangrove is a type of woody plant, which contain wood. I'll give you here. See what is marsh here? Here you'll find here small plants there. They will dominate by small plant. But when you say swamp, you will have woody plants and trees will be there. What is a bog? Bog is a kind of a marsh. In European countries, you will come across that. You will come across another word here, which you are aware of this. Pitland. Pit. What is pit? Dead plant matter. That pit is there. Again, what do you find? Submerged. Water will be there. So land and water. What is wetland? Land filled with water. What is pitland? Where you have a deposit of pit. What is a pit? Dead plant matter over thousands of years. Right? So again, you have two types of ecological system merging together. They become ecotone. I'll give you another example. Nowadays, a lot of news are coming. Nepal and India. With respect to Nepal and India, we have a very unique place there. You all are aware of this. Terai belt. What happens in Terai belt? क्या होता है Terai belt में क्या होता है वहाँ पर? The river which emerge. And what type of landscape you will see? Again, marshy areas. Right, you will find plants and trees will be around that area. Right, India and Nepal, that kind of area. Again, that become ecotone. Now, in a bigger scale, when you read textbook, will give you example grassland. How come a grassland can become ecotone? How a grassland can become ecotone? What is ecotone here? Where two types of ecosystems merge. Imagine, just imagine you have a grassland here. There is a grassland here. See, grassland is basically a transition ecosystem between forest and desert. See, this side desert, and I'll give you example from Indian context. Here a desert here, and let's say this side is a forest. You have the forest here. Desert forest. Let me give you an example, very good example. We have one very important grassland called Banni grassland. Let me give you example here. Banni, Banni, Gujarat. One will be surprised that Kutch region is a dry area, right? Salt desert, warm desert, hot desert. We have a grassland called Banni grassland, and this grassland go up to Pakistan side. Which side of Pakistan comes with the Gujarat side? Sindh. सिंध प्रांत जो है ना, वहां तक वो फैलाव है इस ग्रासलैंड का. This grassland goes to that kind of very big grassland is there. So one side you have a desert, Kutch is the desert, salt pan, and that extend towards what? Rajasthan side, Thar, right? Another part you will have which type of forest? Mangrove forest, coastal area. Imagine one side you have a mangrove forest, second side you have a desert area, and you have a grassland, Bunny grassland. It's a beautiful example of a ecotone. See what happens when you read textbook and they give you example, you are in a fix. You are not able to imagine. But now you imagine this part. I'll draw a diagram with this one. This is a Kutch. Right? This is the Kutch area, Saurashtra. You have a mangrove forest here. Right? Here you have a Bunny grassland. Bunny is here. And here you have a desert, salt desert. This side is desert area. This side is mangrove. It becomes an ecotone. Now I'll ask a question. Can coral reef be an ecotone? Coral reefs. Can we take coral reefs worldwide, this coral reef as an ecotone? Yes, then how can we explain? How can you explain coral reef as an ecotone? But again transition, no? Should be two ecosystem. Terrestrial and yes, aquatic. Okay. All right. So I'll just so are you able to understand all this? Okay, I'll do one thing here. Just let me coral reef. I'll bring in the same diagram also here. Just look at here. You have read in geography there are three major types of coral reefs: barrier, fringing, atoll. Right? Suppose this one, see, remember that this is the coast, this sea area. What is this called as a continental, right? Continental shelf, right? This is what we call it as the land which goes inside the sea. Now, where the coral you will find here? On the edge of it. So, one part of coral reef, what is the word here? Reef, is attached with the land. And the other side is submerged with what? Sea water. And it's shallow water, not deep. Up to what depth you will see coral reef in the ocean there? What is the depth it comes? 200 meters. I can take like average 100 meter. See, up to 200 meters sunlight is there. But you will find 60 meters, 70 meters, the reef will be there. So one part is connected with continental margin and then filled with sea water. And just imagine, what is a reef? When you say reef, reef is nothing but limestone. Calcium carbonate. And from where this reef comes? Dead coral. When the corals die, death of corals. The coral is made of a hard skeleton, calcium carbonate. So that get deposited from reef. The reef is what? Kind of land, and you have water, surrounded with water. And what happens with the coral? Coral as an organism will grow here. They grow on this reef. They found to grow on the reef here. So that becomes an ecotone. What is my point here? If let's suppose this year prelims exam, you get one question ecotone. So what will be the part of the question? Statement type question, right? See how UPSC can ask you a question there. First question will be example, which are ecotone, right? Second will be that two statement question, statement 1, statement 2. And third way of question will be multiple statement, 3, 4 statements, where you have to see that which statements are correct, right? Now I'll bring another thing here, edge effect. There's something called edge, EDGE, edge effect. Are you able to write here all this? Are you clear here? Are you able to follow this side? These all things just keep in mind. If in case question comes, that's what I've highlighted this area. This is a important part of the exam where you could get question here. So now let's look at here. In the same concept, there's a concept of this one, edge effect. It's a very simple concept. Edge means kinara, boundary, right? So when you look at, suppose this is one ecosystem, this is another ecosystem, okay? Now this is ecotone. is ecotone, the boundary part. Here merge. Now just imagine if I remove this part of it, right? Or if I remove this part of it, so what we left with this part. So this is the, now tell me this one, this is a part of which ecosystem? No, just an example. Here is 1 and here you have 2. Is of 2, and this one. This is a part of 1. Now 1 will have different conditions. 2 will have different conditions because they are 2 different ecosystems. So what happens in here? These 2 ecosystems. So what is the point here? That is the conditions. Conditions of both ecosystems combine to produce age effect. I'll give you example here. Suppose sunlight, temperature, humidity, nutrient. That means one side you have a different type of parameters. Other side you have different types of parameters. But when you come to age, they are merging together, mixing together. Now that's why, because of this age effect, they have more species of plants and animals. So they support higher, it support higher species diversity. ये कहा जाता है कि जो मैंग्रोव एरिया है या जो कोरल रीफ एरिया है उसमें बायोडाइवर्सिटी ज्यादा होता है. क्यों ज्यादा होता है? Why the biodiversity is more? Because of this age effect. Because the conditions will be not harsh. You understand? Conditions will not be extreme. And here what type of species you will find in ecotone? You will find those species which are having that unique condition prevailing. Will be different from 1, different from 2. एक और 2 से दोनों से अलग होगा, एक जैसा नहीं होगा. They will not be the same type. Like for example, if you go to Sundarban, just take example, Sundarban's delta, turtle, tortoise, birds, right? Even you will find a crocodile, gharial. All this will be different from either inside or in the Bay of Bengal side, sea water side. They'll all be living there. I'll give you another beautiful example. Bhitarkanika. Just take example of this one. Many times you are coming across in news about Bhitarkanika. Where is Bhitarkanika mangrove area? In Odisha there, Bhitarkanika. That is a part of Kendrapada district of Odisha. अब मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ, उससे आपको समझ में आएगा एज इफेक्ट से क्यों डाइवर्सिटी ज्यादा होता है. भितरकनिका में एक बहुत यूनिक एनिमल पाया जाता है. ये सबसे ज्यादा सॉल्ट वाटर क्रोकोडाइल भितरकनिका में है. Highest number of saltwater crocodile. It is also called estuarine. Where do you find mangrove forest? Estuary, delta, and they are adapted to live in saline conditions, salt water. But you will not find saltwater crocodile in other type of mangroves. You are finding Bhitarkanika. Then again you see here another one. This one is a home of another animal, water monitor lizard. What is the name of the animal? Water monitor lizard. You not find this lizard either inside the land or in the sea water. You will find in that Bhitarkanika mangrove. The lizard variety. कैसा होता है? बड़ा होता है, छोटा नहीं होता है. कल मैं फोटोग्राफ भी दिखाऊंगा लिजर्ड का. Almost like वो क्या बोलते हैं? You have seen Komodo dragon? The China, you know, South is almost like a dragon, Komodo dragon. They walk on that area there, right? And another very unique species I would like to mention here, even dolphin. You'll find here humpback dolphin. Humpback dolphin. These I've given 3 examples, but when you go to such a mangrove forest, there may be different types of birds, even the other animals will be there, living in that area. So whichever ecotone we talk about, whether Terai belt or any kind of thing, will have a higher level of biodiversity. And the one of the reason is the age effect. What is age effect? The conditions that prevail there. Unique condition there. Right? Clear? So what we have discussed so far? I have discussed what is ecosystem, living place, types of ecosystems. Then I have gone to ecotone, age effect. Right? Now let me bring about another part of the ecosystem. What is ecosystem made up of? Living and non-living. So let me make a flow chart here. This part is okay here. And try to learn right now in the classroom. Remember all this right now, so that if any question comes, you are the one to solve. Right? These questions are the bonus questions, easy to get marks in the examination. Now let's look at here, which is I'll bring a concept here. So ecosystem here, structure. What is made of? So biotic and abiotic. Biological, living condition, abiotic. I'll be coming to that. He has ecocline, ecocline there. So what is ecocline? Ecocline is where the transition takes place. He has used the word here. See, always remember that whenever the word called cline means same type. Like for example, you have read in geography like a halocline. What is cline? Is a line. So let's say or say thermocline, thermo. So what will happen? Let's say the world geography, if you take the world map and let's say 30 degrees Celsius. So everywhere this will be 30 degrees Celsius. Thermo, I'm saying, thermal there, isothermal and all becomes. So when you say ecocline here, see basically you are referring here same conditions prevailing in ecotone, and they are basically, I'll now give you here, they refer to even vegetation. Even it refers to vegetation. Like for example, when you say mangroves, mangroves is ecocline. You'll find the same mangrove plants there, throughout there. They got ecocline there. Right? Cline, always remember that. Isocline, when you say same type, thermocline, temperature, halocline, salt, salinity part. So here we are talking about the ecological. What is called ecological cline. So we will find same type of plants. Here what we refer? Plants. Always remember that in ecology subject, first importance given to vegetation. Then comes animals. Because why vegetation? Because they are the something called producers, primary producers. They are the one which trap the energy. They always come as a first level. So they look into that one. Now see here, structure, biotic, abiotic. So what is biotic here? You can write here, biotic will be here, plants. Biotic will be animals. And microorganism, microbes. See, when we take microorganisms, we are talking about bacteria, fungi, but we do not take virus. Why we don't consider virus here? But virus multiply once it gets into the body. Now corona, like COVID-19 or hepatitis, HIV, right? Why we don't take virus? Virus is the boundary. Outside is the non-living. It doesn't have any life, right? And what is virus made up of? You have read in Science and Technology. Simple protein and RNA or DNA, genetic material and the protein. Even surprisingly, there are viruses without protein. Simple RNA can be viral. Viral, understand? If it enters the body, it will multiply. Viroid. Even scientists have found such kind of viruses which is only protein, no genetic material. It's called prion, P-R-I-O-N, prion. Prion is what? Protein. And that is what type of protein? Infectious, which can multiply. These are surprising thing in nature. But when you say viroid, only genetic material, they can multiply. So what I'm saying here, virus, soil, water, air, they are non-living. When it enters host, what is the word here? Host. Man is a host, animal is a host, plant is a host, even bacteria is a host. Then they multiply. So in ecology, remember that in ecology, we don't consider virus as anywhere. We always talk about bacteria or fungi. Now, if you look at non-living abiotic, so what will be coming to non-living conditions of any forest, grassland, any ecosystem? So, what is abiotic? First is the which you are aware of this. Physical factors. You are aware of this. Light, sunlight. Then temperature. Then humidity. Yes, salt condition will also humidity. You are again aware of this one. Rainfall, precipitation, salinity, pH. Now tell me what is the next one? Chemical. What are the chemical factors? Chemistry. Tell me from chemistry. Soil. Let's say soil. Soil has got which all chemicals there? Soil has got which all chemicals? When the soil has a part, so you know that soil has what? Carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, right? Phosphorus. Then water. All these are there. And then again, soil will have dead plant, dead leaves, plants. The organic material which form humus. Soil का है ना, ह्यूमिडिटी आता है ना, ह्यूमस वो कहाँ से आता है? प्लांट से आता है. तो यहाँ पे क्या होता है? ऑर्गेनिक मैटर, डेड ऑर्गेनिक मैटर, organic materials. These are all the chemical composition. And what is the last? Climatic. Here, third is called climatic. Climatic factors, which also you can also include here the same thing here. This temperature and all this comes here. Temperature, rainfall. That is based on the area of profile here. Then again, I'll put here geological, geographical factors. What comes geographical? Soil, water, atmosphere, air. कई बार आप पढ़ते edaphic, EDAPHIC. What is edaphic means? Soil. Related to soil. Sometimes you'll find edaphic, EDAPHIC. See, remember that whenever edaphic comes, soil. Soil has a temperature, soil has a nutrient, soil has air, soil has water, edaphic. All these are non-living. See, when you say non-living, abiotic, all these come abiotic, right? And what is the ecology subject? Interconnection, both living and non-living. They comes into ecological studies, right? Now, what I would like to bring here, functions. We'll see that with those areas there, the functions part of it. Now, tell me here, you all are aware. You all have written here this one, right? I'll wait for the paper. तब तक कोई बताओ जिन लोगों ने पढ़ रखा है. Functions of ecosystem बताओ. Functional aspect of ecosystem. Temperature, regulation, okay. And I told you, I will be connecting static with the dynamic. So slowly I am going into that direction. I will bring in those kind of areas there. Yes. Yes. Energy production, okay. Correct. Very true. Carbon sequestration, good, very good. No, you all are aware. That's what I'm saying. You all know about it. You all are aware of it. That's what I'm trying to bring into that. Yes, this side. Any example you can give? Give me any example which comes to your mind about functions of ecosystem. Why do we need to protect forest? Why do we need to protect grassland or wetland? Any example comes there? Medicinal plant, okay. Okay, national heritage. Yes. No idea. Maintain flora, okay. Flora and fauna, okay. All right. So if you have written, then I'll change the page here. Done there? Shall I change this page? Okay. Let's look at here. So when we say functions here, we can divide into different ways here. Let me make in a flowchart form. The first function, which is very, very important, is a word called homeostasis. So this is a very biological word, technical word, homeostasis. What is homeostasis? Self-regulation. Nature maintain itself there. So what is here is called self-regulation. That means whatever changes occur in nature, nature is able to control itself. That is called homeostasis. What is also you can say is also called as this one, steady state. I'll use a very important word here, equilibrium. And you know that many times what word we use? Ecological stability, stable. Right? We say no? Ecological stability, ecological control. So here there is the ecological stability, equilibrium condition. What is equilibrium? See, if there is a rapid growth, is also not good, and also rapid decline is also not good. Suppose forest grows very abruptly, very fast. It is also not good for the nature. Very fast growth of forest is also harmful. Why it is harmful? If trees start growing very fast, soil will be lost of nutrients, water. And what will happen after some time? When there is no nutrient, there will be no soil, water, trees will not grow. There is something called break, retardation. I will come back there. So let's understand here. This is what I have mentioned here. Just take, so just keep this flowchart there. Just below the flowchart you write it. Just keep this space in your note copy. Just below you can write it. Let's look at here. Just to this side, you keep it this side only. I'm maintaining this same side here. Let's say, for example, I'm giving a very simple food chain which you all know. Grass, deer, tiger. Let's understand this homeostasis. Right? Suppose grass grows very fast. What would happen? There's a rapid growth of grass. Deer will get more food. Suppose grass grows very fast. Arrow means increases in that plot of land. The herbivores, that deer, will get more food. So deer will also grow. This is the first condition. When more number of deers will be there, tiger will get more deer. So tiger will also multiply. Try to understand here. When grass grows very fast, deer will get more food. Deer will multiply. When more number of deers, tiger will get more deers to eat. Tigers will multiply. Now what will happen after some time? When there is more number of tigers. So when the more number of tigers will be there, we will start eating more deer, predator. What will happen here? Deer will decline. Another thing you see that when the deer will grow very fast, will eat more grasses. When deer grows very fast, will eat more grasses, grass will decrease. And when the tiger will eat more deer, this will also decrease. Right? What will be next stage? When deer will decrease, tiger will also decrease. And when the deer is decreased there, grass will grow. Are you able to understand? Up and down, crisscross. फिर समझाता हूं मैं. जब पहले क्या होगा, मैं हिंदी में समझाता हूं. घास जब बढ़ेगा तो डियर को खाना बहुत मिलेगा, तो डियर भी मल्टीप्लाई करेगा. और जब डियर मल्टीप्लाई करेगा तो बाघ को भी खाना मिलेगा, तो टाइगर भी इंक्रीज करेगा. सबकी मस्ती है, खूब मिल रहा है खाने को. ठीक है. जब डियर बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा तो घास कम हो जाएंगे, ग्रास कम हो जाएगा. और जब टाइगर को ज्यादा डियर मिलेगा, जब डियर खाने लगेगा तो डियर पॉपुलेशन विल गो डाउन. जब डियर पॉपुलेशन नीचे हो जाएगा, ग्रास विल ग्रो. When the grass will grow, deer will grow. Again, tiger will get there. So this kind of equilibrium gets maintained. What will happen? I'll tell you. After a due course of time, it will establish a balance. There will balance condition will be there. Otherwise, it will be a big problem, right? Because what is happening is cascading effect. So, bolte ecological cascade. You write in bracket there. This is called as a ecological cascade. What is cascade here? Chain effect. If one grows, the other will grow. Again, they decrease, then other will increase. That kind of changes happen. Ultimately, what will happen? After some time, there will be a stability or equilibrium. And imagine if this equilibrium is not there, what will happen? The grassland will be lost. Suppose. See, why we say we should protect the tiger? Let's say if we kill all the tigers, that is going to have drastic impact on the grassland. Because this balance, no? We say no, balance, ecological balance, that will get disturbed. But in nature, they try to maintain a balance. So in a given grassland, at a given point of time, there's whatever the number of tigers can be sustained, they will remain. That can sustain the number of deers and the grass. Right? Initially, there will be growth and decrease, but after some time, will become stable, matured. Right? अब समझ में आ रहा है? शुरुआत में इंक्रीज डिक्रीज होगा, बाद में चल के वही ग्रासलैंड क्या होगा, उतना ही नंबर ऑफ डियर को सपोर्ट करेगा और उतना ही नंबर ऑफ टाइगर को सपोर्ट करेगा. फिर वो पॉपुलेशन को मेंटेन करता है. व्हाट इज कॉल्ड मेंटेनेंस ऑफ पॉपुलेशन. नहीं तो ऑब्वियस है ना, पॉपुलेशन मेंटेन नहीं हुआ तो ग्रासलैंड नहीं रहेगा. तो स्लोली वो मेंटेन करता है. स्लोली दे मेंटेन दैट kind of equilibrium there. Right? Now let's understand here. I'll get back to the flow chart here. So one is homeostasis. What is homeostasis? Regulation. Now let's look at second thing here. Second thing what comes here, you are aware of this one. Energy flow. Flow of energy. And you know it happens with three forms. One is the study through food chain. Then you know another one is food web. And third is what? Ecological pyramid. Concept of pyramid comes here. Now you are again aware, ecological pyramid is of three types: number, energy and biomass. So here energy pyramid or number of organisms supported, and third is here biomass. Biomass pyramid. What is biomass? Organic matter, dry organic matter. Through this study is done. Next thing what comes here? Cycling of nutrients. Cycling of nutrients. Nutrient cycle. So what is cycling of nutrients here? We call it by a very important name, biogeochemical cycle. What is the word called as here? Biogeochemical cycle. Biological, this is what living organism comes. Geographical, atmosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere, and chemical, carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus. Now here you are aware, we divide in two types. One is called gaseous. Now what is the meaning of gaseous? There what is something called reservoir. What is reservoir? Abundance, where they are found more. So when the reservoir is atmosphere, air mass, atmosphere, and ocean. So I'll write here. Here, their reserve pool. Reserve pools are atmosphere and oceans. What I've used, reserve pools are either atmosphere or ocean पे. That means they are found in more amount, abundance. We say gaseous. Now here you know this example, carbon, nitrogen, even you can take water, carbon cycle, right? Water cycle, nitrogen cycle, these are gaseous, right? Although see, remember that all these cycle will have link with land also there, land and soil, lithosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, but where they are in more abundance, where their concentration is higher, that's what gaseous. But when you say sulfur, phosphorus, they are called sedimentary. What is the word called here? Number 2 is called sedimentary cycle. Sedimentary cycle. Sediment. Where do you find sediment? River, ocean also has got earth crust, land. But it does not mean that sulfur will not have atmosphere. Sulfur dioxide gas found in atmosphere. What is here? Sedimentary means reservoir, where they are found more. So here reserve, you write reserve pool is earth's crust. Earth apostrophe crust. I'll just take it upward here. The reserve pool is earth's crust. That means they are found in abundance, more amount in earth's crust. And they return back as a sediment. They return back as a sediment. Here you have two types of cycle. One is a sulfur cycle, and second comes phosphorus. Sulfur and phosphorus are sedimentary cycle, right? And if you look at phosphorus, phosphorus is completely land and the water. You not come across phosphorus gas. Sulfur we have sulfur dioxide gas, but here comes in that form, right? So I'm just trying to outline that what exactly area comes, which you need to keep in mind. Now when you say food chain, what is food chain? Who eats whom? कौन किसको खाता है? Food. And grass, deer, tiger, or sometimes algae eaten by water flea, small fish, big fish. और ओशियन में एक और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट ऑर्गेनिज्म है फाइटोप्लैंक्टन, zooplankton, right? All these are the food chain, food web. And what is web? Where food chains get interconnected in forms of web. Many food chains together make a web. Multiple foods which are there, they come into that one, right? So these are first, I have given 3 areas here, right, which you have to keep just at the back of the mind. Now let's understand here one very important, then I'll come to that. Whatever you have said, I will be coming to that, regulation of carbon and all what you have said there, I will come to that one. Now let's understand like this one. See, when you talk about energy, what all things you have to keep in mind for energy flow? First thing is that I'm bringing something called mind map, so that you will be able to recall everything here. See, when you say energy flow, what is the first way? Photosynthesis. What is photosynthesis? Sunlight, carbon dioxide, water. You are aware of this. 6 molecules of carbon dioxide, 6 molecules of water. Then you are aware of sunlight. And what molecule is required? Chlorophyll, the pigment. Green plants, algae, all these are the part of. So chlorophyll. So what is prepared here? C6H12O6, glucose, carbohydrate. This is photosynthesis. Now let's understand here. From exam point of view, this photosynthesis What is that word called as? These organisms are called producers. And in biology, what we call them? Good, very good. What are the autotrophs? Which can prepare on food. अब कई बार यूपीएससी में ऐसे क्वेश्चन आते हैं, which of the following are detritivores, which of the following are autotrophs, linking with biology. See, this part is linked with biology part, ecology part of it. So let's say here, if I ask you, can you give me example of photosynthetic organism? You are aware of that. Which all examples are there? So one is green plants, then grass, right? Then algae, green algae, water bodies, fresh water, sea and ocean. Then I have mentioned this phytoplankton. Can anybody give me the example of phytoplankton? Any example comes to mind there? I'll give you bracket there, diatom. Diatom. Diatom, what is diatom? Is a tiny small organism. They have a pigment. They have a pigment with them. And they are capable of doing photosynthesis. Can bacteria be photosynthetic? Bacteria. So what type of bacteria can carry out photosynthesis? Yes. There is a link with biology there. Cyanobacteria. What is another name of cyanobacteria? They are called as blue-green algae. Now further I'll ask a GK question here, a factual question. Blue-green algae or cyanobacteria, can you give me example of that? Example of cyanobacteria? You have read that. So don't worry. Nostoc. Let me write here example. Yes, I'll write it down there. Let me minimize it. ये सब फैक्ट को याद रखना है. कई बार क्या है ना क्वेश्चन पेपर, एंड रिमेंबर दैट आई बीन टेलिंग फ्रॉम डे वन, मैं एक हर दिन में बोलता हूँ, दिस एग्जाम इज अ सिंपल एग्जाम, इट्स नॉट डिफिकल्ट. You should not get worried there, right? Even this kind of questions will be simple question there, which you can easily solve them. So what I'm now giving example here, you are aware of the example, nostoc. Nostoc, Anabena. Anabena. These are bacteria. Although they are called blue-green algae because of the color, but they are not algae, they are bacteria. Right? All these are producers. And energy will start from there. Carbohydrate. Right? That comes into. Now what is another thing here? Those who cannot prepare food, they are called what? Let's understand this word here, consumers. What are they? Heterotrophs. They are heterotrophs, which cannot make their food. Now, can you give me examples of those heterotrophs? There are different types are there, which I'm now bringing the word here. First, you know this one, herbivore. And tomorrow when I'll discuss about biodiversity, there are questions come, which are herbivore, mammal, carnivorous, omnivore, all this word comes in the question there. So herbivore, which feed on plant, they feed on plants, or even the algae also you can take that. Second, carnivores, they feed on animal. Again, remember that when you say carnivore, even there could be top carnivore, right? Animal which eat other animals, that could be top carnivores. Then third one you are aware, omnivore, which can feed both plants and animals. So can you give me an example of omnivore? Man is one example. Any other example other than man? Both herbivore and carnivore. Omnivore. Turtle, tortoise. What about dog? We have home dogs. Cat, house cat. They're omnivores. You have seen the cat will drink milk also there. Right? You give the cat the food, घर का बना हुआ खाना वो खा जाती है ना. बिल्ली जो है, और वो चिकन मटन भी रहेगा तो मछली फिश, राइट? they love the cat. Dogs वगैरह जो है, बर्ड्स में भी है. बर्ड्स में बताओ, omnivore birds which can eat both the plant also, animal also. Among the birds, a crow is there, eagle is there, bird is there. But I'll now make a distinction there. Sometimes you'll come with scavenger, right? So let me bring here. These are 3 here, right? Now, but let me bring here also the same thing. I'll just in the same one you could write down here. Third one, again remember that scavengers are consumers. They are not decomposers. See, sometimes we use word interchangeably. So what I'm now bringing here, I'm writing a very important word here. And I'll distinguish with everything. Detritivore, detritus, dead matter. So what is detritivore? I write in bracket, feed on dead plants and animals. Those plants or animals which are dead, they are eaten by detritivores, right? Like here, I'll give you example. Very good example is this one. Earthworm. Now, recent time, just a few days back, I read one article on, which was really very important article, millipede, centipede, millipede. You have seen they have legs, they walk on the soil and all. What is the article there? Millipede's number has declined. You know, sometimes you have seen that worm like, which has a leg also there, just like earthworm, millipede. I'll show you the photograph. This article, which is now making that, see, sometimes questions are set by researchers there. Those researchers who are there, these are millipedes. You have seen this, millipedes. They resemble like earthworm, right? Earlier they used to be more number, but now it has declined. And what that article was saying, the way we are doing the farming, fertilizer and pesticides. And you know, these are the Hindu paper covered, this type of insect play very important role in recycling of nutrients in the soil. They are what? Detritivores. They mix, when they break down, what will happen? They'll mix the soil with nutrient. And let's say these are nature's, you can say these are nature's scavengers. If they are gone, then the soil nutrients will decrease. Are you able to understand? Soil will get decreased. There, see here. I write here the centipede. See what is millipede or group of arthropod. What is arthropod? Insect. See, in biology, arthropod means jointed legs, whose legs are jointed. They are called arthropods. And you can see here, having 2 pairs of jointed leg and on the body segment there, they are called this name given here. Now this is a millipede or arthropod having 2 pairs. और यूपीएससी इतना चालाक है ना, जब ऐसे कुछ आर्टिकल साइंटिफिक आर्टिकल आता है तो वहीं से उठा के क्वेश्चन वो पूछ देते हैं वो. Then mix biology with ecology and ask the question there. Predativore or omnivore, scavengers. So there is scavenger also there. They feed on the dead matter. Now look at here. Is millipede poisonous? This another thing comes here. But now look at here. I'm now coming to this article here. The Hindu. This one. Some there. Mulch. Mulch, mulching. During farm we use mulching leaves. They convert there and they add nutrient to the soil. Given mulch mentioned. Or these are all articles of new millipede species. Sacred groves in Kerala. So many such articles are there, right? See here. Millipede hunter, monkeys. Monkeys eat there. You will surprise, no, even man also eat it. Right? वो है ना कौन सा सीरीज है जो वो कुछ कुछ करना पड़ता है. What is that called? Is that वो I forgot the name there. It's very जहाँ they go for the wild and then they have to leave and the man and the wild. One is that person Bear Grylls. Yeah, Bear Grylls. He will catch snake. He will eat snake there. Sometimes they will. So this is what is a part of it. So this is what is given here. See here, consume fallen leaf litter. Correct? So this is what I have given the example here. So this example, what comes here? So where you'll keep write this name here. The name will be here: millipede, centipede. Like we say, no, earthworm is a friend of farmer. So these are the organisms which eat dead kind of a thing there. So remember that they feed. Remember what is it? They will eat just like we take food. Inside the body they will break down, not outside. Not outside there. Then in this one, you know this example here, scavenger. Now tell me, what is the difference between scavenger and detritivore? See, scavenger also eat dead. Correct. Very good. Scavenger take the dead animal flesh. They eat the flesh inside. And as our digestive system, enzymes, they break down. That's what a scavenger does. What is scavenger here? They feed, another thing, feed on dead animals. You will come across dead animals. Let me take here upward. They feed on the dead animals there. And this dead animals, what will happen here? They will break down inside the body, not outside. They're not decomposed there. Remember that scavengers are not decomposer. Please, sometimes people use interchangeably. They're not decomposer. They're consumers. What are consumers? Which eat. And then inside the body break down. So here, very good example, you will take here, vulture. Then again, crow you can take. Even dog you can take as the part of it. Even it is said that dolphins also clean the water. They can eat those kind of part of animal. So this is another class which comes here. Now what is the next thing here? Now I am bringing decomposers. I have written this in the class of here fourth number. I am sorry. This is the fourth number. This is the fourth number and this is the fifth. This number we write this is 5 here. स्कैवेंजर क्या होता है कि वो फीड करता है, जैसे नॉर्मली हम लोग खाना खाते हैं और फिर अपने वो क्या फीड करता है, डेड एनिमल, है ना. अब जैसे टाइगर है, टाइगर पहले प्रेडेटर बोलते हैं, उसको मारता है फिर वो खाता है, वो भी तो है, वो क्या डेड है, ऑलरेडी एनिमल इज डेड. दैट व्हाट वल्चर ईट एंड दे ब्रेक डाउन ऑल दिस मैटर इनसाइड द बॉडी. बाहर डिकम्पोज नहीं करता, अंदर करता है. जैसे नॉर्मल हम खाना खाते हैं और डाइजेस्ट करते हैं, तो वो क्या करता है, डाइजेस्ट करता है. डाइजेस्ट मतलब खाता है डेड एनिमल, डाइजेस्ट क्या कर रहा है, अंदर द इनसाइड द बॉडी. और जबकि डेट्रीवोर क्या कर रहा है, वो अलग है, वो ब्रेक डाउन भी करता है और ईट करता है, खाता है. So this one, the part of here, I am bringing the flow chart here. The next thing which comes here, decomposer. Here you can write decomposers. Now decomposers, when you talk about, these are those organisms which break down dead, you can write them, which break down dead organic matter outside in the environment and absorb as nutrients. So what they do, they soil, water, wherever they are there, they break down the dead matters, plant, animal there, and then absorb it. A very good example, you know this one, fungi. Now fungi, you can write in bracket, it is also called in biology this word, saprophyte. In biology you will find the word saprophyte, right? There's again this fungi comes. And then you know this another one, bacteria. There are different types of bacteria found in soil, water, and they break down the matter and take the nutrient. है ना, वो क्या करता है, जैसे एंजाइम होता है. I'll tell you the one word. They release enzyme. What is enzyme? A kind of a chemical which break down. ठीक है? In the soil, water, and then absorb it. But what happens with this kind of animals? They eat. Remember that they eat, ingest. and the enzyme inside the body break down. Like we have a digestive enzymes. We are omnivore, right? We take the food, and inside the body we have digestive enzyme to break down. But here what they do, they break it outside and then absorb it. So that's what bacteria, fungi will, in the environment they will break it. They break the organic matter. That's where they come into that. Right? So this is the first thing which you have to keep in mind. What I've tried to bring here, the producer, consumers, decomposers. Right? Now food chain, food web, I have said the difference here. So what I'll do here, I'll again make in a form here, the food chain, food web. What are the basic differences there? Basic differences. Okay. Right. You all have written here. They will change the page here. Are you able to see from here? होली का रंग बहुत अच्छा आपने खेल रहा है. नहीं जस्ट ऐसे ही मजाक करो. तो कितने लोगों ने होली खेला है? बट हाँ उसमें तो रंग दिख रहा है, इस आप में रंग नहीं दिख रहा है. अरे हल्का कलर नहीं, उसमें कलर अच्छा खेला है उसने. राइट. नहीं yesterday what I've seen in the society is there. They use the water, the hose pipe. And so a lot of water being used up there. But again, the festival time, you cannot say don't waste your water. Right? Right? So पूरा 3 घंटे तो पानी बह रहा है वहाँ पर. So much, and then later on there was no water in the society. Because that time they all in what do you call water dance, rain dance, rain and dance. Right, वो वाला part था, पानी वाला डांस जो है, right? So let's come to here. Let's understand here. Just I'll be a bit fast here also, so that we are able to revise this concept fast. See, food chain, food web, right? Just give me the basic differences. Our detritivores will feed. Yeah, plant and element. Scavenger, mostly animal there. Main difference there. See here, what is the scavenger, detritivores? Scavenger also take into dead matters. Detritivores also dead matters. Scavengers are those which eat animals. They're animal based there, and then they break down there inside the body there. Right? They do this. But when you say earthworm and all this, they break down plants. Dead plants and all this comes into that. नहीं वो detritivores वो भी करता है, inside body करता है, बल्कि वो plants वगैरह कर सकता है. Scavenger क्या करता है? Animals को करता है वो, जो भी होता है animals based. अच्छा, food chain, food web. Give me main differences, key point, just key point here. What is key point here? Yes, very true. Single direction. Who eats whom? And here what happens? Multi-directional. Because what is the food web? Made of many food chains. Multiple food chains make, right? Another point is this one. You can say this is a linear straight path, right? It's a straight path, right? Energy which flow, that flow into straight path. Whereas here, it is a non-linear energy flow. Non-linear energy flow. So here it will go to a multiple paths, and they're random. Another thing is that food chain can be different types. I'll give you two important types here. Two major types. First is called grazing food chain. What do you mean by grazing food chain? Grazing, grazer, herbivores, right? Grazing food chain, you can write in bracket here from producer to consumer. Like, grass, deer, tiger, right? Producer to consumers. Other type is called detritus. So remember that whenever the word detritus comes, immediately in your mind is what should appear there? Dead matter, dead plants, dead animals. They are called detritus. detritus. So here, so when you take detritus here, decomposers. Like, dead leaves, dead tree, dead leaves, broken by bacteria, fungi, they become decomposer, detritus. But when you talk about normal kind of thing here, grass, herbivore, carnivore, algae, again, all these are grazing, right? Now, what about this food web? What is food web? Multiple food chains. Now, what is said here? When a food web becomes complex, what do you mean by complex? Higher number of organisms. That food web is more resilient. What resilient means? Will not collapse easily. So you can write here a complex, you write complex food web with a higher number of food chains remain stable due to more number of options for food available to organisms. क्योंकि यहाँ पर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा alternatives होते हैं. Right? What I've written here, a complex food web with a higher number of food chains remains stable due to more number of options for food available to organisms. One is lost, it will not have drastic impact on others. है ना? नहीं तो क्या होता है अगर food web simple है, imagine you have a food web with only 5-6 organisms, 2 or 3 food chain. See, if one is lost, others will not be able to get the food and will be collapsed. So it protect from getting the collapse there. Now I'll bring two concepts here, which is again important to understand. One is the law of 10%, and we'll now go to biomagnification. Biomagnification with examples. So now tell me what is law of 10%? Then we'll get to the pyramid part. What is law of 10%? 10%. So where the 90% goes? Where the 90% goes there? Respiration and other metabolic activities, 90% is lost. Now tell me, this 10% law was given by whom? Lindemann. Raymond Lindemann, who gave this concept. Now it is based on which law of thermodynamics? It is again based on physical law. Which law of thermodynamics this law of 10% comes? Which law? Thermodynamics, Okay, let me do one thing. There are 3 laws of thermodynamics. Let's come to that. The 3 laws of thermodynamics. What is first law? First law of thermodynamics? No, not momentum there. The 3 laws of thermodynamics. What is first law? Energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. It can be transformed from one form to another. Second law. What is second law? Whenever there is a transformation of energy, there is always loss due to heat energy. So if you recall your science class, there is a concept Carnot engine. It is the most efficient engine, Carnot engine, right? It is a law of the nature that energy can never be 100% converted. There will be some loss. And the third law is another very important law, and is truth. ये जीवन की सच्चाई है. That the nature always lead to randomness. There's something called entropy. Entropy. Entropy is again a characteristic that there's always increase of entropy. Nature is not going to the stable part. है ना, ये चीज है. और humans में भी होता है. We always move toward the randomness, but again we try to bring into the stable state. Nature also goes the same way. Law of 10% is based on second law of thermodynamics. What is second law of thermodynamics? If whenever energy get converted, there will be some loss of energy. That's where the Lindemann's law is there. So let me bring here this one. You can write, I'll make a flowchart here. So law of 10%, you have to know 3 aspects of this. The first aspect is here. based on this one, second law of thermodynamics. Right, so just I'm underlining this word, second law of thermodynamics. That says that when energy gets converted from one form to another, there will be loss as a heat energy. Second thing is that when there is transfer of energy, I'm writing in the bracket here, food. Energy comes from food. When there is a transfer energy, food, from one trophic level. Now the word here is a trophic level to the next. There is a loss of 90% of energy during transfer. Then metabolism, digestion and all this, respiration, etc. So when there is a transfer of energy, food, from one trophic level to the next, there is a loss of 90% of energy during transfer, metabolism. And inside the body, which digestion and all happens, respiration, etc. So only available. So what is third thing here? Available energy to every trophic level where the organism occupy, every trophic level is just 10%. आप इसको ये भी कह सकते हो, ये एफिशिएंसी है. एफिशिएंसी होता है ना, कितना एनर्जी सेव हो रहा है. तो 10% ही सेव हो रहा है, 90% लॉस हो जा रहा है. इसको कहा जाता है एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी. राइट. सो लेट्स से ग्रास 100 कैलोरी or 100 joule of energy, goat will have 10 joule or 10 calorie. And when the goat is eaten by lion, the lion will have 1 joule or 1 calorie. This is how the energy decrease. Right? So this concept has to be remembered, because that's what you will remember, that pyramid. Pyramid is always like this. Energy pyramid. Why energy pyramid is like this? Because energy decrease. It doesn't increase. Right? Now let's go to this concept of biomagnification. Then we'll go to the part of the pyramid part. But there are 3 terms are there. I would like to explain all 3 of them. One is bioaccumulation, bioconcentration, and then biomagnification. Although we use interchangeably, but they have different meaning. They have got different types of meaning there. We will try to understand with example here. This is clear here, law of 10%, right? All I have written here. All right. So once you're done, then I can change the page there. Done. All right. So let's come to this one. So first you can write here bioaccumulation. Let me go one by one here. Bioaccumulation. What is the word here? Accumulation. So what is here? It is a process, you write. Process of accumulation in cells, tissues of a living organism. You can write one thing more. Accumulation of toxic and harmful substance. What I've written here? Process of accumulation of toxic and harmful substance in cells and tissues of a living organism. Biological process. Let's take here, for example, deposition of pesticide residue in fatty tissues of animals. So we can take human also there. Now let's say, for example, maybe in human body deposition may be less, but maybe cattle it may be higher. So what is it called? Accumulation. So we are talking about one organism. We are not talking food chain. See, food is a part of food chain only, but we are talking one. Or you can take, for example, I'll give another example. For example, accumulation. Suppose accumulation of a chemical in a fish. Sometimes in, let's say, aquaculture, we use some kind of chemical. So how much that chemical will get accumulated where? Within the fish. And that will be eaten by other organism. So what is we are referring to? Accumulation, deposit. Right? But when we take here bioconcentration, see what is accumulation? Accumulation within the organism, it can be less or more. Process of accumulation, how it goes inside the body. But when you say concentration, now we are talking about amount, microgram, or sometimes we say ppm, parts per million. How much is the quantity? So what is here? It is basically quantity, or you can say concentration. Let's say in bracket microgram, or it may be milligram. Sometimes we measure in ppm, parts per million. Sometimes we measure parts per billion. What is the meaning of parts per million? Out of 1 million, that number. Billion means out of 1 billion, that number. If it's a 10 ppm, out of million molecule, 10 will be that. This is meaning of ppm. So they will measure in the microgram, milligram, gram, whatever. So what is your quantity, concentration of harmful substance? Harmful substance being accumulated. Being accumulated within living organism. Being accumulated within living organism. See, they are all a part of food chain, but we are talking about one level, one trophic level. Now what I am bringing here, a very important one, what he has asked the question. Lethality or toxicity. Let's say 1 microgram within the body. So whether that 1 microgram is how much toxic is there? Again, this is a part of concentration. So what you can write here, same below you can write the point here. Point number 2 you can write this. Measure of toxicity, or you can say lethality. Right? Toxicity or lethality of harmful substance. Now that will vary from organism to organism. That will change from organism to organism. Maybe 1 microgram of mercury may be harmful to let's say animal there, but may not be in humans. Now, last year there was a question what he has asked there. Is the safe limit of mercury has not been established. Again, that debate. That's what even after that problem of Minamata, mercury still continued because of that level of that. But when you talk about other compounds, other kind of chemicals, we can determine in the lab how much it can be dangerous. So it comes to concentration. Now you will be able to understand magnification. See, when you say magnification, you are talking about entire food chain. That means from one to the next, to the next, to the next. What is happening here? Increase from lower to higher. There's increase in concentration. That's what called magnification. Okay? But when you are talking accumulation, concentration, we are referring to particular trophic level. What is trophic level? Energy level. Okay, how much is there? Right? So now when you go to biomagnification, biomagnification. So it basically refers to increase in concentration. So I'll underline this word here, increase. Concentration of harmful, toxic substance across successive, that means one trophic level to the next, across successive trophic levels. Levels of a food chain. Right? When there is increase in there, then we say magnification. So let's take example here. For example, diseased cattle, cow or buffalo, and you know this one, diclofenac. Now it has been banned. What is diclofenac? Is basically diclofenac is anti-inflammatory drug. What is called painkiller, pain reliever, anti-inflammatory drug. Earlier it used to be given to the cattle. Now what happens there? This cattle die. Death of cattle, and now eaten by vulture. Vulture being scavenger, flesh of cattle. So what is happening here? This one, increased concentration of diclofenac. And what effect it has on the body of the vulture? First is that they suffer with gout. What is gout? You know, even human gout, this bone, we cannot move. So what happened in the vulture? Because of this gout-like symptoms, they are not able to fly. No, you know, vulture is a big size bird there. So here gout, then this one, very important one, kidney failure. Organ, kidney failure. Diclofenac, you see, even we also take medicine. We also take this medicine, right? But it is such a dose which basically help us relieve from the suffering. और आपने देखा होगा कि एक बार आप टैबलेट खाएंगे, दवा खाएंगे, 2-3 घंटे तक आपको दर्द नहीं होगा, फिर उसके फिर दर्द उठेगा, होता है ना? When that effect of medicine is gone, then again you have to take the another pill or tablet. But just see at the back side of the medicine, it will written there diclofenac, derivatives are there. और कई बार कहा जाता है कि जो लोग को ऐसा होता है, हमेशा जो पेन किलर खाते हैं, उनका किडनी खराब हो जाता है. They get a problem with their kidneys there. So here we are talking about biomagnification in terms of where? Vulture. India has 9 types of vultures. Out of 9, 4 have become critically endangered. This is another very important topic for the exam. So now tell me which are those vultures which have become very less in India. There used to be number of vultures in the country, but 90%, more than 90%, vultures have declined. We are only left with less than 10%. And you know, their nature's cleaner, scavenger. So tell me here, which are their names? Just a part of factual thing here. See, the one is this one, white-backed vulture. What do you mean critically endangered? I used to read it a book that more than 90% decline over last 10 years. Another one is here, slender-billed vulture. Slender-billed. Then long-billed. Then they are known by a very interesting name. You'll find gyps, 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 gypsies, right? Gyps vulture. And then there is a king vulture. What is king vulture? King of the vultures. It's called red-headed vulture. Red-headed vulture. White-backed vulture, इसको कहते हैं scientifically this bengalensis, gyps, GYPS, gyps bengalensis. Then slender-billed, long-billed, red-headed vulture. ये 4 ऐसे vultures हैं जो अब बहुत कम हो गया. And one of the reason, the prime reason is diclofenac and the biomagnification effect. Right? Now my question is that this I have explained from this perspective of law of 10% we have discussed and the food chain perspective. Now tell me what governments are doing to conserve this kind of vultures. They have already declined because of diclofenac. Breeding centers are there. Vulture breeding centers. कहाँ बनाया गया है? जटायु एक है और ये बहुत जगह है. इंडिया में वल्चर के ब्रीडिंग के लिए बहुत जगह पे बनाए गए हैं. उसमें से वेस्ट बंगाल, गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश, गुजरात में जूनागढ़, देन एमपी में बनाया गया है. बंगाल में बक्सा एक जगह है, बक्सा टाइगर रिजर्व, नॉर्थ बंगाल, देयर इट हैज बीन मेड देयर. देन हरियाणा दिस जटायु breeding centers. So we have now around 10 breeding centers been formed to save this vulture. पहला गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया? इसको बैन किया. Now it is not allowed. Right? Diclofenac has been banned. It is not allowed in the country. They can use some other kind of medicine or drug, but not the diclofenac. Sometimes what is done in a given area, they will declare a diclofenac free zone. Free means there will be no use of such medicine in that area. Right? They create public awareness. And to increase the population of vulture, this one, to increase the population of vultures, then there is a breeding program, captive breeding centers, to breed them in captivity. है ना? उसके लिए बनाया गया वहाँ पर. ये मैं बताऊंगा, we'll see that, but I have given example from the perspective of that. Now give me other examples. One example which has come in news regarding vulture decline by magnification. Any other example comes to your mind? Any other example comes? Right. अभी मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बताया. I have mentioned the initial part. What are heavy metals? Which are heavy metals harmful to humans? Okay, I'll do one thing here. This part you have written here. So you can write here. Just write there. Other example you can write here. Example, chemical pesticides. You know this one example, DDT, endosulfan. All these they all cause biomagnification. DDT was banned because of this reason. Because of the biomagnification, DDT has been banned worldwide. And where we are using DDT, we are only using as mosquito control, but not in the farming. Right? Another example you will come across, heavy metals. Let me provide what are impacts are there. Like, you know, mercury. There's mercury poisoning caused there. They impact nervous system. Right? So what is called here? Mercury poisoning. Minamata disease. Now let me bring here, you know, Bengal, Bihar, Bengal, Uttar Pradesh. These are the 3 states which are suffering with arsenic problem. groundwater. Now, if you look at arsenic here, it causes a disease called this one, blackfoot disease. Again, through water which goes to the human body there. Then I'll give you another very good example. You are aware of this word, fluoride, which comes from the earth crust. It causes the break of bone, affect the bone, teeth, and all this one. Fluorosis. It's a slow killer. I'll give you a very good name of state, Rajasthan. Rajasthan, Gujarat, and all this part, they suffer with fluorosis. And it is a silent killer. What is silent killer? People who consume those kind of water with the fluoride, slowly and slowly their bones become weak and they die. Bones, muscle, and all this. Then there comes another name, you know that, nitrate. From where the nitrate comes? Fertilizer. Today we are using excessive fertilizer. Now nitrate there in the soil, which go to the water, it causes a problem called this one, blue baby syndrome. This is called myth hemoglobin. RBC has got hemoglobin, which bind with oxygen and carbon dioxide. Now what happened? The hemoglobin protein in RBC react with iron, right? Iron part of it, there is nitrate part of it. Iron is already there, nitrate. And that becomes bluish color, the blood. And particularly who are at high risk? Infant, young infant. They suffocate to die, If let's say hemoglobin is not able to carry oxygen, the cells will not get oxygen and the person will suffocate to die. Death will be there. Another thing which I would like to add here, cadmium. And one of the source of cadmium is electronic items, batteries and all this. Battery and all contains cadmium and all this. Right? It damages liver, kidney. Now here, one disease called here, itai. Let me write the name, it's a Japanese name, itai. Muscular problem, muscular, bone, the person die with the disease there. The two names come from Japan. One is Minamata, second itai. So today we are living in the world where we are exposed to such heavy metals. Even that sometimes in UPSC prelims exam, nanoparticles, you have got question for nanoparticles, nanomaterials, and they are very, very small. They can easily enter the food chain by magnification. That can be caused there, right? So this part you have to just keep in mind there. Even recently uranium has been found. Uranium in the groundwater. Now, where uranium in groundwater has been found? Punjab. Right? Punjab has been found. And very recently, Hindu paper covered Noida. Noida is a part of NCR. There the people have got uranium in the groundwater. How come so Noida or Delhi uranium? There is no uranium mining. We don't have any nuclear power plant. There is no nuclear. How then uranium has been there in Noida drinking water? नोएडा में कैसे आ गया? नोएडा में तो कोई वो न्यूक्लियर प्लांट तो है नहीं, है ना? नोएडा में तो वो भी नहीं है, माइनिंग भी नहीं करते हैं. कई बार होता है ना यूरेनियम माइन एंड ऑल, यू मे हैव दोस काइंड ऑफ पोल्यूटेंट यूरेनियम गोइंग टू ग्राउंड वाटर. तो नोएडा में कैसे यूरेनियम आ गया? हाउ द नोएडा गॉट द यूरेनियम? पंजाब में हाउ पंजाब गॉट द यूरेनियम? यस पंजाब. हाँ, थर्मल पावर प्लांट से किस तरह से हुआ? हाँ, यस कैंसर के केसेस में. हाँ हाँ वो सही है, लेकिन वो वहाँ यूरेनियम पहुंचा कैसे? हाउ इट रीच देयर? नहीं, वो ब्लेम करते बिल्कुल है, लेकिन उसका रियल कॉज क्या है? हाँ, नहीं उसका मैं आई विल टेल यू द, नहीं उसका मैं समझाता. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट समझना है. ये जो आजकल यूरेनियम का कई जगह इंडिया में आ रहा है, यूरेनियम इन ग्राउंड वाटर, इवन आंध्र प्रदेश, Although, but remember that Andhra Pradesh has uranium deposit. In Andhra Pradesh, there's the Eastern Ghat has a deposit of uranium. Tumalpalli, there is a place where even mining has started uranium. But that is part. But here, I'll tell you what happens here. See, this is the, see, uranium is found in rocks. See, uranium is a part of earth crust. See, underneath this rock here, this one, and you have a groundwater aquifer. Right? Under the earth surface, you have a strata of rocks, and then you have a groundwater aquifer. What is aquifer? Where water is stored. So what happens when we do the boring? Bore well. So there is something called leaching. And it happens when we have over extraction of water. So what happens? Underneath the rock get open up. So it is basically here leaching of uranium because of over extraction of water. फिर भी गड्ढा किए जा रहे हैं, समझे? देयर इज अ नीड ऑफ वाटर, डिमांड ऑफ वाटर. और कई जगह पे क्या है, वाटर स्कार्स एरिया जहां पानी बहुत कम हो गया. तो व्हाट दे डू, दे ड्रिल फर्दर, दे गो मोर डीपर, and then uranium comes into that. And again, you know, अभी वाटर को लेके बहुत प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है. बैंगलोर, you know, बैंगलोर wells have dried up, lakes are disappearing in Bangalore there. So now one of the things, you know, supply of water in urban area comes from bore well, you know, and particularly where the water scarce area is there, there's more problem is coming. Now, what he has said, the thermal power plant they are blaming. The reason is that thermal power plant require excessive water. You know, remember that for electricity production, except hydropower. See, hydropower, what happens? Hydropower, you are blocking river. You are getting water from river. But what will happen in thermal power plant, nuclear power plant? You require water to become steam. The thermal power plant requires water for steam generation. तो उनको पानी ज़्यादा चाहिए. अब आसपास के या तो वो नदी से निकालेंगे या तो कहीं जो पानी का सोर्स होगा, ओवर एक्सट्रैक्शन. तो वहां पर ये रीजन है. Right? So this is have now become a severe thing. And you know, uranium, what he has given very important, cancer. Uranium exposure or anything goes in food chain can result into cancer. Person will die of cancer. Right? So this is where it comes there. So this is what I have tried to explain here. This is where the mechanism comes into that. Arsenic comes to the groundwater because of the river, silt. You know, silt, you know, siltation. They bring into that. Now let's go to the part of this pyramid concept here, that ecological pyramid part. And then I will go to this workbook. The last part we'll see the workbook there. Even if you have not got the workbook, don't worry. But try to just get the printout and something of that, right? Oh yeah, so I'll ask the people to give you those. कितने लोग पास नहीं है workbook, then I'll ask them to provide the workbook. So I'll ask them to get the printed. Okay. See, what is the workbook? I'll tell you. This workbook has got some space to write, but I think you are able to write on the notebook only, right? It has got some image and all. So even if you are able to manage there, so you will be able to see that. Soft copy you can see always there. So now let's look at here. Now in UPSC prelims exam, if you go back to previous year question paper, अगर हम लोग previous year question paper को review करें, so we find questions from food chain, food web. They have often UPSC has asked question there. Pyramid is an untouched area. So far, like every time when I teach in the classroom, I say that this is one of the gray area. But still UPSC has not gone into this topic. And if you get a statement type question, let's say for example, ecological pyramid question can be given statement type question, reason assessment type question can be asked. Now what are three things which you have to remember here? in this context is that first part is that is a quantitative or I can say mathematical, is a tool to represent food chains in a graphical form, So I've written very clearly quantitative mathematical. That means based on calculation, right? It represents the food chain in a graphical form. Either you will find in the book will be like this, like a triangle, or you will find the representation will be like this, like a bar. Either you will see in study material, either will be this type of representation, or you'll find this kind of bars will be there. Now here width represent the amount, right? Width represent the amount. What is here? There are three types are there. First one, energy. So when you say energy, so what we are referring here, I'll write it there, kilocalorie or kilojoule per square meter per year. How it is measured? Let's say grass. Grass in 1 year, in 1 square meter land, how much energy being trapped? Joule and calorie. So what we take? We take year, 1 year, 365 days, and we average over area per square meter. And we calculate amount of energy, kilocalorie or kilojoule. Now second thing is here, number pyramid. So what we do in number pyramid is that number of organisms per square meter. Let's say how many grasses, 10, 20, 100 in 1 square meter land. How many deers or how many herbivores in that per square meter. And how many number of carnivores, tiger, lion, leopard, all this get supported per square meter. That is what number pyramid comes. And the third one which comes here, biomass pyramid. Biomass pyramid, what we represent here, there is an amount. Now remember what is biomass. Biomass is the total organic matter without water, dry matter. That means if we take plant will have water also. But if we subtract water, dry it, सूखा कर दे उसको, and then we do the measurement of the weight. So how much is the gram, kilogram, that's called biomass. Same with animals. So here amount of dry organic matter per square meter per year. We always take time period of year, 1 year. Let's say per square meter of land, how much grass produce, gram and kilogram. How much will be the deer or how much will be for tiger. So that is what is measured in this model. Now pyramid of energy will always be upright. कोई भी फूड चेन हो, पिरामिड का जो एनर्जी का पिरामिड है वो हमेशा अपराइट होगा. So what is first thing here? Pyramid of energy. Why pyramid of energy will always be upright? Because of law of 10%. Always upright. We take terrestrial, aquatic, जो भी हम example लें. Whatever example we take, terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem, whatever we take into account will always be upright. Is always upright. Due to that is the reason decreasing energy as per law of 10%. Law of 10%. That is applicable here. Decreasing energy as we go from one trophic level to the next, energy will keep on decreasing. But this is not true for number and biomass. So what is very important here? Pyramid of number can be upright as well as inverted. Now anybody in the classroom who can tell me example of inverted pyramid of number. Number means you are counting the numbers 10, 20, 100. At 40, huh? No. See, we are talking about number pyramid, not biomass. You can write example here. Parasitic food chain in tree ecosystem. Parasitic food chain in a tree ecosystem. Or simply you can write in a tree. I'll just write here. Single tree, right? Support, let's say, birds. Let's say 10 birds are there. 10 bird which live there. 1, 2, 10 or maybe 15. And each bird support lice. You know the small parasite lice on the birds, on the body of the bird is there. So parasite is what? Parasite organism which depend on the host. So let's say for example in one bird you have 5 or 6 lices. So 10 birds will have 50 to 60 lices. So here this will become here 50 or 60. That depend on number of lice found on the body of the bird. So what we find? Single tree, one tree, 10 birds, more number of lices. Tree, bird, lices. Funnel. Like a funnel. Inverted. Right? You can also take example of pyramid of number inverted in detritus food chain. Detritus food chain. How detritus food chain? You can also write here. Another example, detritus food chain. कैसे detritus food chain में होगा? Decomposer होता है ना? Suppose करो, just imagine 5 or 6 leaves are dead leaves fallen on the ground. 5-6 जो पत्ते हैं leaves. Now they will be broken down by fungi, fungus, mushroom. And when the fungus die, death of fungus will be broken down by bacteria. Bacteria will be in hundreds. 5 or 6 dead fallen leaves broken by 10, 15 mushroom or fungi, and the mushroom will be broken down by bacteria which will be in hundreds and thousands. So what is we find? The number increases. Number 1. Energy again you will have upright. Energy will always be like this. And what comes the last? Biomass, organic matter. So right here, third one, I'll just take it here. Third one, what you can write? Pyramid of biomass. Same flowchart you can write it. And this just before the prelims exam, just have a look into it. That's what this static part I am covering in the classroom. Just have a look into that. ये सब आपने पढ़ रखा है, आपको पता है. कल एक बार देख लेना है वहाँ पर. जो हमारा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट होगा, जो मैं कल परसों कराऊंगा, जो करंट की चीजें जो है, ये केवल एक रिकॉल है आपका. ये जो है ना, तो pyramid of biomass is what we are talking about here? This one. Amount of dry organic matter per square meter. So now tell me here, can be upright also? Like, grassland will be upright as well as inverted. Now give me example of inverted pyramid of biomass. We're talking organic material. Inverted pyramid of biomass. So now you can take example ocean, aquatic ecosystem. So here you can take example, you write aquatic ecosystem. any aquatic ecosystem, whether it's a river, lake, pond, even sea and ocean, will have biomass pyramid inverted, not upright. I'll explain why it is like this. Small mass of phytoplankton support bigger mass of fishes. See, phytoplankton are very, very small, microscopic. They multiply and they die also there. Suppose that, just imagine there's a, for example, there's an area. You know, there's an area here. And you have a phytoplankton there. They're very small, microscopic. Right? Algae also, you can take example, algae. So when we take that, suppose I take that water, you know, and I filter all the phytoplanktons. Just imagine that. I filter the phytoplanktons, then dry it. And then I take a weighing machine. Do the measurement, how much mass I'll get. 1 gram or 2 gram or 10 grams. I'll get some mass. Same area, I'll have zooplankton. What is zooplankton? Which eat phytoplankton. Again, I'll collect all the zooplankton. Do the weighing machine. I'll get some mass. Same area of the river or lake or ocean, I'll have fishes, small fish, big fish. Again, I'll take it, weigh it. So what we find, the mass will increase. Will not decrease, will increase. Right? So the pyramid becomes inverted. Right? But if you apply same logic to the grassland, you can say that, sir, grass is very small. Right? Mass should be small. Deer is there and tiger is bigger size. What happens in grassland? Although grass is small, but in a given land you will have more number of grasses and they all carry photosynthesis carbohydrate. So what happens, the amount of biomass prepared by grasses, that is much more than phytoplankton. I'll again repeat the sentence. Amount of biomass which is prepared by grasses will be higher than what prepared by aquatic ecosystem, phytoplankton or algae there. Another thing you have to note it down. Phytoplankton, they live only for 2 to 3 days and death. But the grass will stay for longer time. What happens with the time duration? On the land, grassland में जो घास होता है ज्यादा दिन तक रहता है. ठीक है? फाइटोप्लैंक्टन क्या है, 2 से 3 दिन में खत्म हो जाता है. अब उसका अगर अर्ली डेथ होगा तो बायोमास कम बनेगा. लैंड में क्या होता है, जो भी प्लांट्स होते हैं, प्रोड्यूसर होते हैं, उसका जो लाइफ टाइम होता है वो ज्यादा लंबा होता है, ज्यादा दिन सर्वाइव करता है ना. फाइटोप्लैंक्टन जल्दी उसका डेथ होता है, जल्दी उसका वो होता है, बायोमास भी कम हो जाता है. तो दिस इज व्हाट द फाइंड द डिफरेंस. तो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन, दिस एग्जांपल आई हैव गिवन, एनसीईआरटी बुक और वेयरएवर यू विल टेक देयर. कभी भी किसी भी एग्जाम में, इवन यूपीएससी एग्जाम और एनी एग्जाम which you appear, even let's say you are appearing in any kind of other competitive exams, and if they ask you GK question, this general knowledge question, and if they ask you inverted pyramid of biomass with complete, you can mark biomass is aquatic. If they ask you number, tree and detritus, that is example there. Or energy, हमेशा, always upright. करेक्ट. नहीं, हाँ, वही बात है. वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन ही हैज आस्क्ड दैट. इफ यू टेक 10 square kilometer or there is a bigger area, you have 2 or 3 shark, you know, shark or whale, you can take example. But phytoplankton will be more in numbers, क्योंकि एरिया बड़ा है तो नंबर भी होगा. इसका रीजन क्या है? 2 रीजन है. वन इज दैट phytoplankton may be more in numbers, right, but they do not survive for long time. That means they die. One is the time period. Lifespan is lesser. Second thing is that when we do the calculation, we divide with area. I agree with that. Number is more, but what is happening? You are taking, one is area and you are taking time also into account. Time. It's a 1 day, 2 day, 100 days, you're taking time. So what happens? They multiply more and more in numbers there. So when we do the part of, but what will happen after 2 days? They die. So whatever biomass is there, they are broken down, decomposed. See, this is all experimentally calculated. They get decomposed. And when the scientists will do the mathematical calculation, they'll divide by area, they will take the time. So what happens? The number becomes small. See, his question is very valid. When you take a large area, there will be more planktons. It should be more in mass. And shark will be only 2. If we compare their, so the reason is that when they do the theoretical calculation, here these all are theoretical calculation based on the pyramid concept. So what they are doing, they are averaging over area. So when you take large area, what will happen? Again, the number will be less. When you divide by area, the size of area. And second thing, what is most important is the lifespan of that one. That is lifespan part of it. Right? If you do the Google search, why aquatic pyramid biomass is inverted. So one of the reasons that will be there, this lifespan of organism. Shark stays for longer time. Let's say if we take time period of 1 year, so they're part of it. So that is what the, if phytoplankton was able to remain for long duration and the biomass do not break down easily. So what happens? They grow, they break down, grow and break down. So they're not able to accumulate. I'll say that they're not able to accumulate more biomass. Pyramid of biomass, you can take, see, if you take grassland and all, you'll find upright only. Inverted. Inverted, you can take example of this one also. Forest type of thing. See, forest, if you take entire forest, right? If you take entire forest there, in that case, the large ecosystem, there it comes here. See here, look at it. First, you can take this one. Pyramid of biomass. So first I am taking inverted here. So that you will get example of this one. Aquatic ecosystem. Pond, lake. See here, biomass of phytoplankton is less as compared with that of small herbivore fish that feed on this producer. The biomass of large carnivore fish that depend on small fish is still greater there. Given here, now see. Now number is not given here. See here. Again, we'll find pyramid of biomass, graphical representation. So let's say, for example, I'll give you examples here. You'll always find this one given always there. Elevated pyramid of biomass, right? Grass and marine, they have given the example here. That is, again, you will see here. And if you look at here, if I put here example as a, for example, forest. Again, you see that unlike terrestrial ecosystem, again you say oceanic is coming here. So that same thing, aquatic they are talking about. Right? You will always find that aquatic here. Shark and all this given there. This is how they have done the calculation part. You will not, this is one example always comes into that. The pyramid of biomass will come across all this. This is given here, this ecology of pyramid of biomass. Always see, the main thing is that it looks very unusual. How come the shark or whale, big fishes, they are big size. They should have more biomass. That means, phytoplanktons have got more numbers. They should. But again, remember that phytoplankton size is very small. If you compare grass and phytoplanktons are microscopic, very, very small in size, tiny. Most of them, they are not visible. They are visible to us. Why? Because when they grow in large numbers, then we see the color of water, green, red, they come into that one. This is a paradoxical, this kind of thing which comes there. Okay, the last part, then with that, we'll ending the, see, I have a request for all of you, just to make sure to go through it, just, I'll not take much time. There's a document, right? There's a document which you have here. Let me just take the, there's a document when you go down here. I'll scroll up first. See here, first thing is this one. Level of organism given there. Like that species, like for example, species population. What is population? Members of same species. Then comes community. What is community? Different types of species. They form community. Ecosystem, living, non-living. Then biome. What is biome? Large ecosystem with the similar type of climate and vegetation, like tundra, taiga, tropical rainforest. And the last is biosphere. What is biosphere? Earth. Earth is biosphere. So here it is given here. Now when you go down here, you will find this component of ecosystem. What I have discussed that abiotic, biotic, that part is mentioned here. Then coming to this one, we were discussing this part. Ecological succession I will cover in today's class initially part. Homeostasis, energy flow, nutrient cycling. Now ecological succession is what? Let's look at here. These are with passage of time where the forest comes up. Same land where there is no trees, no plant, but with gradual time you will find forest. Now this is what diagram you are seeing, that is with the passage of time. Place is the same. This primary succession. What is secondary? When the same plants and animals which are there. Now let's say there is a fire. Suppose forest is there. Now there is a fire or deforestation, and again the forest come back. This was secondary succession. Then you will find here this one, pyramid, energy pyramid, food chain, food web, right? Then coming to this one, pyramid of energy. Then here pyramid of biomass. Again the diagram is given here. A diagram is mentioned here, and again the pyramid of numbers, right? Biomagnification, accumulation, and all this one, right? So this is up to here I have covered. So what I'll do tomorrow, ecotone and all these are not given. Tomorrow I will try to cover two areas. First is that the succession part, and briefly we'll go to nutrient cycle, so that you are aware of the part. Second thing about biodiversity part of it, species in news and all those kind of areas. So I will have my own compilation there, right? And let me see if I can provide you handout tomorrow. So what will happen with the handout? I will be able to cover more number of topics there, right? Different topics I can cover there. Like for example, species in news. I don't have to write everything on the board. If you have those species where they are found, what all things are there, we can cover through slides and diagram for visual understanding. Plus we can have those part of it. But wherever the concept comes, I will use the board to write it down. So that way we can follow that. All right, clear there? So I hope this today's class is useful to everyone, right? So initially there was some problem with mic, so that's what in YouTube channel it was not able to वो word break हो रहा था, तो अभी वो ठीक हो गया सारा, ठीक है? So tomorrow again the same time we will meet there 8 o'clock, and we'll go to all those areas of biodiversity conservation. All right, comfortable? Any doubt? No doubt? You are so tired, huh? अभी तो हौसला बुलंद रखना है एग्जाम तक, right? So anyway, we'll meet tomorrow. Thank you everyone. Thank you.